Hello, and come in to the technical section of Unreal Card Magic. Now, it's much later in the evening, it's dark outside, it's dark everywhere, and therefore it's very appropriate to start discussing those deceptive, sneaky sleight of hand techniques that you need in order to pull off some of these miracles. Now, I've identified 19 separate techniques, and there's probably going to be a few more snuck in and around. So keep your eyes and ears peeled. If you go through this stuff, practice it. All of this stuff is the stuff you need basically to execute miracles. I'm going to go through it in as much detail as possible. I'm also going to run through it almost in the structure of a generic card effect. We're going to go through the selection process, the control. We're also going to move on to stock shuffles and switches and palming and some forces. But I'm going to go through it in this rough generic structure. I'll put as much detail in as possible, everything that you need. So just grab your deck and let's start. Now, before we dive headfirst into some of the techniques to do with controlling, palming and switching selected cards, let's deal with what you actually do with a selection in the first place. Now, this is less about a specific technique and more about an understanding or an approach towards the subject. So the first thing I'll say is this: when you have a card selected, one of the things I like to do is keep this moment as casual as possible. So if your body and everything you're doing is focused on having them take a card out like this, it's going to create a high level of vigilance and people will pay more attention. So you want to be very relaxed in this moment. One of the things that I tend to do when having a card selected, if it's in this type of manner, is I tend to, instead of just opening the deck like this, I kind of bunch it open like this. It just feels much more casual. Just, yeah, sure, just take anyone you want. It doesn't matter. I just keep all of this moment feeling very casual and very fluid. Now, you can, of course, have someone say stop and you take one out. There are many ways to have a card selected, and we're going to get on to largely what we do after that, which is controlling them. But the thing that you want to think about before we get into any of this stuff is keeping everything very, very casual at the very beginning. So let's imagine we have this happen and someone has a card selected. Now, when they return it, this is the same type of thing. They have a card and they look at it, the same type of thing. I'll say, and just place it back. I'm going to open up in bunches in this way. Now, what this really does is it suggests that there's many places that it can go, and it also looks very, very casual. If I just open up and say put it back here, or I just dribble and just put it here, it looks very definitive. It looks like that's the only place they can put it. So I'll often just open up in different areas and just say, yep, sure, anyway, it doesn't matter. And that's the thing I often say, yeah, it doesn't matter just anywhere. My attitude in this moment is one of, it doesn't matter. And that's very, very important because it switches them off straight away. And it's going to make everything else you do that much easier afterwards. So keeping a very casual attitude with having a card selected and having it replaced is very, very important. Now, of course, sometimes you can have a sneaky spectator who will try to just place it anywhere. Just go along with it. It doesn't matter if they try and put it somewhere random, they don't put it here and they try and open up and shove it anywhere. Here's what I'd suggest thinking about. Most of the time, they will bail halfway through that process. As soon as it's gone in, even if it's sticking out, you can just relax and say, you sure? You can square up, and then we can deal with how you get control over this later by pushing it in at an angle and getting a break on it, which we'll deal with. You can also just open up again and say, sure, here, is that where you want? And then you can get your break again, which we're going to deal with in a second. The point is that most of the time when it comes to having a selection, you just want to make sure everything about this process is very, very casual, like it hasn't started yet. So sure, just take one, it doesn't matter which, have a look at it and just place it back from it anywhere you like, it doesn't matter. You know, my tone, my body language, my attitude, what they can see, all just feels very, very free, very casual and very open. This is very, very important when it comes to keeping them in the state that you want. You don't want them already to be suspicious. If you're tense and everything feels very controlled, they're going to understand that that's what this game is, and their vigilance will go up, they'll pay more attention. So you want to try and soften that as much as possible. So, like I said, when it comes to having a card selected, that is the main thing to think about more than anything else. Now, we're going to deal with, as we move forward, the technical ways of maintaining that control. And everything that we talk about, all the stuff I've just said applies. So regardless of what the technique is, how we're going to hold a break, what the specific selection procedure is, just make sure that you keep it really casual. So this is less of a technique, and this is more of a reminder of something to do. It's very easy to say, much harder to do. It's very easy to go, okay, sure, I'll keep it casual. But then you'll find once you actually get down to it and the pressure's on and you're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to do something, everything all of a sudden becomes very tense. You have to specifically, intentionally try to keep this moment as casual as possible. Maintain conversation, talk to them, allow them to reach for it. This is another thing, by the way, instead of having it taken from in front of you, move the cards to them. So put it in their space, so it's much easier for them to take. Also, it means that the deck is away from you and it makes it feel fairer. And the same for the replacement. When the card goes back, I try to kind of move my arms away from me so that it's replaced in their space. You know, if it's replaced in my space, it feels much more like it's mine, like I'm controlling it. If it's replaced in their space, it feels much freer, much more open, and then I can come back to this position and I've already got control. We can deal with that in a second. But just these moments are far more important for the deceptive control of playing cards than most people give them credit for. They're very quick to run ahead into the move and the specific technique, whatever that may be, but often they've already built up suspicion before they've begun. Now, the other thing that I'll say here is you want to try and match the selection procedure to the control procedure to some extent, or to the replacement procedure. So what I mean by that is if you're going to have a free selection of a card and you spread these out and say, take anyone, and someone takes anyone like this. And then you say, and just place it back for me. And they, okay, and they place this back. Now, this doesn't feel like those conditions match. This feels like they had an extremely fair selection, but now something to do with the replacement feels very controlled. So you want to try and make them both match. So if, for example, you're having the cards taken like this, it feels very free and very fair, and they can genuinely take one, try and imitate this as much as possible. If you are having one selected in this manner, where they say, take any one out you wish, and they take one, when it's returned, you say, yeah, just drop it back, and they drop it back. In this case, the Ace of Spades, and then this is put back. Everything feels very free and very casual, and yet I have control of this card. So you want to try and match those conditions as much as possible. And it's not always possible to be able to match those types of conditions. For example, if you do have one taken from a table spread like this, you can't always have them return it like this. So what you might do is you might have them take it, have a look at it, and then you might notice that they didn't place the card back, and you say, oh, just place it back for me. And so once they place this back now, whatever this is, you might now execute some form of control and say, okay, so this is the point. You took one, and now I've mimicked this afterwards. And in reality, I've now controlled this to the top. Now, we'll get onto the exact methods of these controls later when we start dealing with break management and stuff like that. But there's just a couple of things really before we get into the techniques that I want you to be aware of, which is that idea of the softness and the casualness, trying to get things happening in their space, your ability to still maintain conversation with them, be very casual and relaxed. We want this to be treated as if this moment doesn't matter, right? And we want to try and make the selection match the replacement as much as possible so they both feel as fair. The reality is that we need to make this feel like it doesn't matter. It's just some admin that we're getting out of the way. Like, I just want you to have one in mind. You have one, great. You shuffle up, great. Now we can begin. A lot of magicians often make this moment a heavy amount of focus, and as a result, I think it kind of tends to create the wrong impression. So you want to make this moment feel as casual, as nonchalant, as just relaxed, as humanly possible. And if you do that, it will end up making everything that you do after that much fairer. And like I said, there are some small things you can do in this just by kind of breaking it open and casually talking to someone else as you, oh, yes, if you remembered it, okay, great, put it back for me. It doesn't matter. Yep, great, fine. And then we can go into some further controls and stuff that we'll talk about. But the big part of that is that casualness and that attitude at the beginning, as if it's just some admin you're getting through, and then we're going to start. Really, really important. If you can set that tone at the very beginning, everything you do after will be that much better. Okay, so here we are, and that's right, we're here. And we're going to be looking at what I think is one of the most important things in all of card magic, and that is break management. That is your ability to hold a break effectively and, more importantly, deceptively. So we're going to go through that, and there's a number of ways that we can think about this. We'll talk about the act of holding the break, first of all, what that is and how we do it, and then some ways of managing that and using some throw-offs. I think this is just, it's a really interesting area, and it's an area that I really, really love. So I'm going to enjoy talking about this. So the first thing is this: what's a break? Now, a break is really one of the most foundational ways that we control a playing card. Often we have no idea what card is being controlled. We just know its position. So as a result of that, when a card is returned, whatever this may be, this is apparently put back into the deck somewhere in the middle. And yet I still have perfect control over that. I don't know what it is yet. I have no idea what that is, but I know where it is and I have perfect control over it. And I can give the cards some cuts, I can give them shuffles. It doesn't really matter, but I now know exactly where it is. In fact, I have controlled it to here. That may have been it. I think it was it. The point is, I have no idea until I turn this over what this is, but what I have done is control its position. And we're going to do that in this case, like many effects, with the break. And the break is basically shoving your finger into the deck, marking the position of where it was replaced. That's basically what's happening. So if we have this replaced here, this is the 6 of clubs. What I'm really going to do is, as this goes back, I'm going to mark that position with my finger. You'll be able to see this on the side here, like that. And it really isn't your whole finger going inside. That looks terrible, and it will cause all kinds of problems. Really what it is, it's just your flesh of the tip of the little finger going into that position, and it just pushes the flesh in. Now, I'll talk about some subtle ways of thinking about doing this, but as a result of that, the deck has now basically got a marker halfway down, and I can now control from this position. That's the basic idea of the break. Now, moving on, 6 of clubs. How do we think about this? Now, I tend not to think about holding a break. What I mean by that is I don't think about the break. The break is actually that area, that triangular area. You can actually see that there, that triangular area. This is known as the break. It's a break between the hearts. I tend not to think about controlling the break. What I tend to think about is controlling the bottom half. So what I do, and this also comes back to what we talked about in the basic handling section, of being able to hold the deck in the mechanics grip and be able to have that fluidity and that softness in the hands. This is going to help if you've worked on that. The deck is in a mechanics grip position, and what I'm really doing is controlling the bottom half. If I put my finger flush on the side here and I control that bottom half, and as you can see there, it's not really, I'm not digging it over the top there, I'm just pushing it against the side. A small amount of the flesh of that little finger will go over the side of the cards there. Now, if I put the rest of these on top, there will naturally be a break there and there will be a separation, but what I'm thinking about is controlling that lower half. That's all I'm really thinking about. What this will naturally do is make that gap smaller, and it will just give in my opinion, it gives my hand more control. So you don't have to make this huge. I mean, you can see there, I'll try and hold it like this, just so you can see. That's about as big as that break ever is. It's just a very, very small gap. But in doing so, I've got control of it. Now, the thing to do with this really is to be able to hold it in this position and have a relaxed hand. All of the fingers we can see from above are still in like a mechanics grip position. This finger hasn't disappeared inside, it's on the edge, but yet it is still holding that break above that 6 of clubs in this case. So it's like this, and it's holding that break. It's not showing from the front, okay? It's not showing anywhere. The hand still feels relaxed. I can move this finger, I can take this finger off. My hand can be relaxed. Now, this is a really key position. Also, there's another thing in this, which is that I don't want this hand to become rigid. When you hold a break, you often see people, as soon as they're holding breaks, both hands come together and they're holding this very rigid position like this. You don't want this. This is going to give a lot away. You want to be able to break the hands apart, relax at the wrist, relax at almost a 45-degree angle, and just allow everything to be relaxed. And again, I talked about this in the basic handling. If you're putting tons of pressure in with your fingers, it's going to show somewhere. You don't really want that. You want as softer hands as possible, and you want to hold that brake as softly as possible. If you do that, it will create softness in everything else, including your manner and way of talking. Everything will be soft as a result. So wherever you put tension, you're going to have to compensate for it. So you don't want that. You want to have this as soft as possible. So in this case, I'm holding a very, very small brake with that fingertip in this position. And I should be able to lift up on all of the cards above it and still have control of that 6. Should easily be able to pick up all of those cards. Now, this is a key aspect of brake control, is holding the brake and then having access to it immediately. Now, we can work on ways of holding this more deceptively and managing that position, but you need to first of all be able to just hold that position without it showing at the front and without there really being any other tells in your hands, arms, and the rest of your body. So this position is the first part, and it's a very, very simple thing, but as a result of it, you can do some miracles. So working on this is very important because everything else stands on it. This is a fundamental way of getting control. Now, how do we get control from actually a selection, for example? In fact, let's just use that 6 of clubs, we may as well. So this goes back. Now, in this case, what's going to happen is as these are going on top, I'm not holding that brake necessarily yet, even though my finger is in the position. If I just put these on top and I just start squaring them and I don't move that little finger, I'll notice at the end of it, a brake is being held. It's not like I try to force that brake to be held, just simply the cards cannot go flush on top of it, really. So once, if you notice, it's all to do with that little finger holding that edge. You can see that on the overhead there. As soon as these all go on top like this and I square them on top like that, if I don't move this little finger, those won't move anywhere else and you'll have this break at the back, okay? There's another way you can hold this as well, which is, I'm gonna lose the 6 of clubs for now, but if I just do this, come up here, 7 of clubs, and show this, I can do exactly the same thing. I'm going to hold here and I'm going to dribble the cards back. Exactly the same, and I now have a break on that 7 of clubs. Now this goes back to what I said in that first clip about matching selection procedures. If you have a card selected in this way, then you'd want it returned in this way. And when it's returned in this way, there's a 9 of clubs, all the clubs today, I should be able to still maintain control over that card, okay? So really, it comes down to controlling this bottom half. Instead of thinking about the break, think about controlling that bottom half. You basically just push with the side of the finger into the base of the thumb and keep that whole bottom half locked from here to here. You can see this on the overhead there. It's literally a straight line across there. That's what I'm controlling. These other 3 fingers can come off. The moment I hold that bottom half like that, I'm going to have control over it and therefore control of the selection. So this basic position for controlling a break is what's going to give you tremendous abilities and control for everything that you do moving forward, okay? This is why I love this so much, because this is where we're going to sow the seeds of nothing happening, apparently. This is just casual, this is just relaxed, yet we can always maintain and hold those breaks. If we do this from a selection here, this goes back, this is casual, I'm relaxed, the arm's already relaxed, everything's relaxed, and yet I still have control over that card. So this is a very, very beautiful series of techniques, really, or it's one kind of technique, but the idea of holding a break, I suppose, but there's a lot of other stuff that comes into it. So this basic position, locking in that thing at the beginning, holding that is the first thing. You want to just basically make sure it's not showing at the front and it's not too big and you're not losing a finger, and work on this. Now, once you get used to this position, there are some things that we can do to actually do what I call break throw-offs, really, ways to make this not feel like you're holding a break. So let's say we have one on the ace of clubs here. I've got this break being held. What can I do to throw that off? Well, here's one. One is that I'm going to come over and just basically square the deck at the fingertips. It looks like I square the deck like this. It looks very free, very open, very casual, and yet I still have control of that break. All that's happening here, and you can see this on the overhead really, but as I come in and grab like this, I'm kind of overtaking the break with my right thumb. Here, I'm still allowing that left finger to be inside, but I'm just going to keep it and then rock the deck forward like this. Now, in actual fact, if you notice, the little finger really isn't moving from that position whatsoever, and yet it looks like the deck is being kind of raised up. Oh, it is being raised up, but it looks like it's kind of raising away from the hand, and that little finger's staying in contact. Just the one little moment of squaring, and it goes back down into the hand. and yet that finger has never moved from the side. This one moment at the end of a squaring procedure looks very, very, very good. Now, so the other things that we can do, one is this. I do this a lot, and this looks very nice. This is just spreading the cards. It doesn't feel like a break could be held at all, and yet we still have control of that ace. And all that's happening here is I'm basically spreading all the cards above the break. I'm not really even getting close to where that break is. It might get close, but it doesn't really go to the break. Now you can spread to the break if you want to, and then come back and actually re-establish that break. There's just no need. What you can do is just push off a bunch of cards above it. And really my left hand right now is still kind of managing to hold that break. The cards above it may have moved over slightly to form a form of step. You might feel that that happens, but I can still just push up here and gain access to that whenever I want, okay? So there's a number of ways to do this, basically just spreading those cards off and coming back. And this is just a very, very casual moment. Now, if you do spread off and do this, there's now a reason to come up and do this, which is that previous one we talked about. So already there's just some very, very casual handling in this that doesn't really feel like a break is being held, and yet it is, okay? So again, look, ace of clubs. There's another one here, which is the squeeze, which is you can squeeze it like this in the hands. And again, I'm just going to move it up to my fingertips like this. And we do that by basically putting the finger underneath. I move it up to my fingertips onto this hand, and I can squeeze like this, okay? Come back down again. And again, I won't lose control. So this is just a very, very quick squaring in the hands, this opening in the hands, this squaring this way, and I'm not losing control. This all really stems from controlling that bottom half. If I've got control of that bottom half, it doesn't really matter what my fingers or hands are doing. You know, this half I could bevel, it can move, but I'm just not moving that finger from the base of that thumb, and it allows my hands to do all kinds of stuff. Look, if I move it up and down, that's the only time where it does move from the base of the thumb there, but you'll notice that this doesn't move. Okay, so I still have basic control. So from here, like this, this, many of these different techniques, squeezing up to the fingertips and back down, okay? Now you can do this in one hand, like that. Now, this is a bit tricky to do. It will take a little bit of practice, but if you hold the break and you put your finger underneath, you maintain the thumb pressure on the side, and extend forward and squeeze. You'll notice you can still maintain that break at the back of the deck, and then you can lower down. And you can squeeze down this way if you want as well. Now this, again, ace of clubs still under control. So straight away now we've got this squeeze up at the fingertips with one hand, squeeze back down. We can move it over and squeeze it between both. We can spread it off in the hands like this. We can square up like this. There's many different forms of technique. You can also push some off with the thumb. I like this one a lot, and then just pull them back. And just by pushing off and pulling back, it feels like there's no real control up at the fingertips, and yet at all times we have control. This ability to control a card with nothing other than a break is something that will switch off even a sleight of hand expert, let alone a layman. It just feels like there's no control, and it's not being displayed. It's very, very subtle, but it's very important because many people give the game away too early. As soon as they're holding a break, they've got both hands together and they're basically framing everything, pointing at this position, right? And it's all very, very tense. You don't want that. You want softness. So the moment you are holding that break, you want to be able to break the hands away from each other and hold it in a very relaxed manner. Now, you don't need to do these types of throw-offs. You don't need to suddenly start being a nervous wreck and spreading and going up to the fingertips and squaring and all this stuff. Really what this is developing the ability in the hand so that you can just relax. And if it means that you bring it up to the fingertips for a second and then bring it down, fine. If you say, well, are you happy with your selection? That's why I often use that, is I'll say, did you just chose any one, right? Or do you want another one, or are you happy? And really what that is I'm doing this break throw off while talking to them. You know, there's many of these types of moves, but I'm trying to just be very casual with it. I'm trying to just not really think about what my hand's doing too much. The most important thing is just to hold it in a very relaxed manner. Taking my thumb and finger off as I'm talking. As you'll notice here, my left hand, it's just opening and talking. This is also gonna make it feel like no break is being held. Not that a layman knows about a break, but it's just not gonna feel like there's any form of control because it feels like you don't care about what this hand is doing. It just feels like everything is really free and relaxed. And that is the main point, to consider when it comes to brake holding. There's lots of different throw-offs, bits and pieces that you can use, but the bottom line is to get it soft, right? It's small as well. You don't need it too big. Get it soft, very relaxed in the hands, not much tension. You need a small amount of tension to come up to the fingertips and squeeze, but not very much. You don't need much tension here at all. It's all just very relaxed, very open, and very, very casual. Brake holding. This is something you should practice. And the great thing is, with this, I mean, you don't need to hold. I mean, look, let's just actually lose the ace of clubs finally. But the one way to do this is just to pull down with the pinky like this and just hold that position for a bit. And just get used to holding that position. Get used to it. Just try not to do anything or lose it, and just move it around in the hands, and just think about maintaining control of that bottom half. That's what you think about. Over time, you can start getting a bit more specific and a bit more technical, and try and do a number of these things together. But you really just want to just get used to holding that position, and you'll be surprised as to how much control you really can have over that. And your fingertip will get more sensitive over time, and you'll be able to hold it quite deceptively. Now, the other thing to talk about when it comes to holding a brake is what do you do if you kind of start to lose it? What about as you're squeezing up like this or something, you start losing it? Now, over time, you'll develop enough strength in the pinky to be able to basically pull down and widen that if you need it, okay? But that takes a bit of time. The other thing you can do is to come over the back of the deck where the thumb is. You can see this from above, and I can just basically square up like this. And in doing so, you basically slide your thumb along that gap, and it will widen that brake. So you can just kind of square up like this, and I can just regain access. Now, over time, you probably won't need to do that because you can develop enough skill to not lose it in the first place, but certainly when practicing early on, you may well do that. Another thing to do is just to turn a card face up like this. Just, you know what it is, put it back in, and just start holding that brake, and try and move the cards around as much as possible in the hands. One of the things I would do with this is I'd move them up to my fingertips like this. I'll just try and bevel the deck and take my fingers off. You know, I'm never really going to need to bevel the deck and take my fingers off and do all this stuff. I mean, you can take your hand off like this, and you can still maintain that brake. Here we have that king of spades, but you just want to be able to bevel it around, move it. You want to find as much freedom and movement as possible while holding the brake. Not the opposite, which is you become very rigid. Right? You don't want that at all. So you want to be able to do that. The other thing is you want to break at the wrist. Make sure that you can kind of move into this kind of very casual, relaxed state, and your other hand doesn't have to play a part. And when it does, it comes back up, and you can talk and square and move the cards around. All this is holding a position with the little finger. But it will take time. It will take time to develop that, like anything, but it's not as complicated as it looks. And the big thing is that people often are gripping everything far too hard to begin with. You want to be able to just try and get this as soft as possible, but yet perfectly controlled. And that's why I said think about controlling that bottom half. And over time, that gap will get a little bit smaller. You shouldn't have anything from the front, and you should be able to open the hands and move the hands in a relaxed way. Now, this is the thing. If you could do that, let's imagine we start from a selection process. So this goes back into the deck. I carry on talking to them. Do you want another one? I should still be able to maintain the control of that regardless of what my hands do, regardless of how much I talk to them. You know, do you want to shuffle these, or did you want one, or no, you don't want one? Okay. Do you want to have another one? No, you don't. Okay. Whatever it is you're saying to someone, it shouldn't feel like I'm doing anything particularly sensitive here, or something that's too controlled. It should feel very relaxed and very open, and yet I should still maintain control of it. I also did something there that I hadn't realized, I haven't talked about. You should also be able to riffle the front of the deck, still maintaining control of that brake, riffle the front of that deck. You can also see this on the overhead. You can air the deck. You know, we talked about this in the basic handling, like air that deck. You can riffle the front, spread the top, and still maintain control of that card. I often will just look for different things that I can do that look like I'm not holding a brake, and yet I am. Now, it is also possible to transfer it to the other hand for a second while talking like this and still maintain control. As it's a bit tricky because sometimes you could have an angle issue, but it is still definitely something you can do. All that happens is the right hand comes over and grabs at the back here, supporting where the break is at its biggest at the back, and then you can let go. Now the break now is being held solely by this right thumb. Okay, so I can do this, and as I put it back into the hands, my left little finger is going to creep around and look for that break. I'm going to place it back in so that it's now controlling. You don't always want to do this. It can be tricky, but there might be times where you need to do something, ask someone to do something, actually transfer the deck from hand to hand and still maintain control. There's a lot of stuff that you could do with this position, and if you can send them to sleep with nothing but holding a break, then you've got so many more options to be able to do something deceptively. And a lot of the moves that I do come off of this base level, off of this foundation, is that I work on trying to get into a position of holding a break, not only efficiently and effectively, but deceptively, so that I've got the most amount of freedom, the most kind of psychologically innocent atmosphere possible to be able to do what I want to do. So, like I said, matching the conditions of the selection, having it between the selection and the replacement, having it very free, very relaxed. And then when I hold a break, I don't necessarily want it to become all rigid. I want that also to be free and relaxed so I can continue talking. This side position, up at the fingertips, down, a bit of a spread, all these things. This is stuff to work on. It's good to work on while watching television or something, you know. It's one of those things you can just kind of casually just work on. Anyone else watching you will think you're just kind of, well, you're mad. You're just spreading cards in your hands and just squaring them and doing nothing. You can go, no, no, no. I'm working on secret stuff. I'm working on break management. It's one of the most fundamental things you can work on, and I guarantee if you do, it will yield results like nothing else. Now, this particular technique is kind of a selection and replacement and control all in one. And this is something I use a lot. This is called the Fingertip Peek. And this means that you have a card selected, someone says stop, and they see a card somewhere inside there, hopefully you can see that. Somewhere inside, it's let go, and apparently you don't have any control, and yet I do. There it is, the Jack of Spades. I can do with that what I want. This is a really good technique because it feels like it's one of the techniques you can make someone feel that they're just thinking of a card. So you can say, look, instead of taking one, if I do that, can you see those in there if I do that? Which is often a thing that I say because I don't want it to seem like it's something I've done before. I almost make the impression or create the impression that I'm just thinking of it now. Like, in fact, can you see them in there if I do that? Yeah, you can. Okay. I give these a mix. Hold these up and just say stop wherever you like. And as you run through, they say stop, they see one, you let it go, and yet you have perfect control of that card with the break via the peek. So in this case, it's here. Now, how are we doing this exactly? Well, I'll show you. That's the point. So we're going to have the cards basically, I start this in the mechanics grip, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to move them basically just a little bit forward. I don't have it in a dead mechanics grip, like the exact mechanics grip. They're kind of moved a little bit up in the hand. So if you take the mechanics grip and you just move it forward, probably about 1 centimeter or so, or half an inch, and now basically the first finger will end up being, in fact, you can see this on the other if I drag it back, like if that's the mechanics grip, if I move everything forward half an inch, basically now the first finger runs across that corner. The other 3 fingers are down here and this little finger is right on the side. Now I'm going to basically also have the deck beveled like this, and this beveling on this side means that it is going to be beveled on this side, okay? And as a result, I can now riffle through those cards individually. I'm going to put my thumb down on top like this, and that bevel allows me to riffle through those cards individually like that, all the way to the end if I want. This is going to create a very clean impression that they can see many, many, many cards, and they can choose one wherever they like. So I'm going to move it up to the fingertips like this. That first finger is going to come almost round there like that. It's being held in a very, very simple position. Thumb down on top, beveled on the side like this. And then you raise it up like this. And my second finger comes in, and with the pressure of my thumb, means that I won't drop them, but my second finger comes up, and I'm basically going to do this and say, or ask them to say stop wherever they like. Now, wherever they say stop, we stop there for a second. Now, my sneaky little finger presses in on that bottom half without moving anything. I just touch it very lightly. Now, as soon as I let these go, it feels like there's nothing being held, right? Yet, I'm holding it there on the 10 of spades, I believe. Yes. So, like this, stop. This is an extremely good technique. One of the good things about it as well is it's away from your body. So often what I'll do is I'll hold it up like this. I look the other way. I get them to say stop, which they do somewhere in there. Then you let it go. So it really feels that there's no way you can know what that card is. And the fact is you don't at this stage. Again, you're just controlling position. I can now, because of that break, go into any number of break throw-offs that I want to, but yet I know I've got control of the position of that card. The Fingertip Peek, it's a lovely, lovely technique. Like I said, it's a selection and replacement and control, basically, and you're matching the conditions of the selection with the replacement, effectively. It's not being replaced, but basically it's being seen and lost inside. You can have someone shuffle the cards as well at the beginning, and you take them back, and then you go straight into it, so it means that you couldn't know the order of any of them, and yet you can control it. It's a gorgeous technique. Now, there are some methods that talk about bringing it up to the fingertips here first, doing it here, and then bring it down into the hand. I don't like that. I just like to bring it up to this position like this. I often say, can you see them in there if I do that? Okay, great. Just say stop for me. They say stop, I squeeze in. Now, you don't want this finger moving too much. You don't want to see that happen. If you watch me do it here, look, almost no perceivable movement of that finger whatsoever, yet it can still control that card perfectly. So all I'm doing is it's already resting on the side of the deck. It's just that when I hold that gap, I just squeeze it in with a bit more pressure. It doesn't really move. It just goes in with a bit more pressure. I can then let that go, and then I've got that break. So you can see that like that from the side. Here, all I'm going to do now is just squeeze. In fact, let's try that again here. All I'm going to do is squeeze in and let it go. And as I do, I make sure I push down with the thumb to make sure nothing is remaining here. And now I can go into any of the other break throw-offs I want. Often what I do from a peek is I move it straight up to the fingertips. I just feel that really feels that there's no control over that card, and yet we still have control of it. So I go here, let go, done. And even while I'm looking this way, I move it up to the fingertips like this. And now as I come down, I'll then say, I didn't want you to take one, I just want you to have one in your head. And I'm going to have control of that card. The Fingertip Peek is a beautiful technique. And if you've looked at everything we've looked at so far, when it comes to the control of the deck in the hands and the ability to kind of have those grips and those positions right, the ability to riffle and control those edges, and looking at this break management, if you're really kind of playing with these things, this stuff just becomes effortless. And this will be an incredibly useful technique for you. There are many ways to use it, which we can talk about later. But another thing, like I said, is that you can not only get away from it here, it means that you can extend to someone. You can put it into their space. You get them to say stop, you look the other way, they see that card, you squeeze up, and you've got control. It's such a gorgeous technique. And if you look through what I've talked about in here so far, I've given you everything that you need for it. It's a very simple position. The position in the hands, the grip where it is very, very solid. This is one of the few techniques where you are putting in a little bit more pressure with the left thumb than you do with other things, because I'm making sure these don't fall out of my hands. So I really do push down with that thumb to make sure the deck is locked there. But when I'm opening it, I'm only putting that pressure on the side, which allows it to open, and then a little bit of pressure with that finger, and I can go in and I can have that position, okay? So the Fingertip Peek is a beautiful technique, and it's one of those techniques that you'll get an incredible amount from. It will take some time to develop the control, but when you do, it's absolutely worth it. And it's another example of being able to match all the conditions of the selection, have it feel very fair and free. It can feel like it's just a card in someone's mind, and you've still got the ability to use all of the break management stuff that I was talking about to throw them off the scent. The Fingertip Peek, it's a beauty. Learn it. So you've had cards selected and replaced, and you've held breaks, and you've looked at having them peeked at, and you've managed to control their position. But you want to do something else with them. You want to do something after that. And so you often have to control cards to the top or the bottom. Now, this particular technique, known as the Mahatma Shuffle, I think is beautiful. And the reason I think it's so good is because it just goes under the radar. It works all the time and really brings together some of the things that we've been talking about so far. So how this might look is you might have a card selected like this, whatever that would be. This has been replaced in the deck and the cards are given a shuffle. Any shuffle you want, it doesn't matter, and yet we have perfect control of that card. This is the Mahatma Shuffle. Now there's a number of things that I do with this, so it's a bit more deceptive. This can look very bad if it's not done well, but I'll go through the ways in which I approach this move. Now before we do that, we'll also reference something from previous with the fingertip technique, or the fingertip peek technique. Really talking about that was, there's a selection and replacement and break management all in one, but I didn't really talk about what to do with that card afterwards. So what you can do with that particular technique, because you're holding a break beneath it, the Jack of Hearts in this case, I'm holding a break after doing the fingertip peek, you can cut those cards in bunches down to the table if you want, or onto their hands, and still maintain control by making sure that very first time you cut, you're cutting at the break, and then everything that comes afterwards doesn't matter because you have control here. That's one way. Another way is you can actually use that to go into a Mahatma Shuffle, which is what I often will do. So in this case here, we have whatever this is, like this. This is the fingertip peek. And I'm now going to say, look, I wanted you to think of a card inside the deck. I didn't want you to go through and take one out. Instead, I just wanted you to have one in your mind. That's it. And in that action, we now have control of this. This is using that fingertip peek technique in order to then go into the Mahatma Shuffle. So there's many different ways. As we go through this stuff, you'll see that if you're maintaining control of a card either above or below that break, you can either control it to top or bottom. Most things that you're using here in the family, not all, but most things you're using here in the family are going to utilize the position on top, because it's one of the most convenient and easy places to maintain control and do things with, switch and palm and everything else. And the fingertip peek, actually in one of the effects that we're going to explain on here, you'll see exactly how I end up using this technique to control the card into the right position, which we'll talk about. But for now, we're going to talk about the Mahatma Shuffle, which I use a lot, and you'll see me use this a lot. And the basic idea is that you can do this from any break position. Not so much from the fingertip peek, because it's on the bottom of the deck. You would have to then go through, re-establish the break, and then go into the Mahatma Shuffle first, which I'll talk about in a second. But largely, anytime a card is replaced, so let's say in this case, it's 9 of clubs, it's replaced, I go in, I use the break kind of control that I've used so far, where I'm controlling that position, whatever that is. And now all that's going to happen is I'm going to lift off all of the cards above the break. I'll basically do this very slowly so you can see. All the cards above the break, I'm going to lift off. So that 9 of clubs, that control card is there. So I lift them all off. I'm then going to turn both packets on sideways. So I'm going to turn these ones face up and these ones face up, and I shuffle all of these on the front. This means that it's here. Now look, if we leave that face up, so you can see this now. If we look at this from above, I'm going to lift, so I've left that face up. I lift off all of these, I turn these over, and shuffle those on the face of those. And when you turn them back, it's here. Now, there's a number of small techniques I can share with you to make this even more deceptive. So the first thing is this. Once I'm actually in this position to come in to do the shuffle, I don't like the fact that whenever I used to see this done, the deck was on this plane, you would see someone lift off all of these cards, turn these over and shuffle these on the face. And it kind of looked like what it was. It looked like cards were being lifted off and then shuffled on the face. I didn't like it. So one of the things that I do with this technique is that as these have come in, I'm squaring up, I've got my control. I'm going to make sure that when I start this technique, the deck isn't on this plane. In fact, the deck is on this plane. It's on like a 45-degree angle. Now, I talk about this a lot elsewhere in places like the family, but you'll see that this is a very, very kind of deceptive and very natural position. It's where your hand wants to be. It doesn't want to be here most of the time. It wants to actually be here. It's where your wrist wants to break at. But when I come in, if I'm now going to lift off, most of the turning has already been done. Because if I'm in this position, I lift off, I've got to turn to this position. If the deck is already at a 45-degree angle, when I lift up, most of the turning has already been done. So there's only a tiny movement now in order to get those to go a little bit further, and I shuffle these on the face. So if we look at this from the front, you'll see if I do this from this plane, I lift off, turn, and shuffle on the face. It seems like there's a lot going on. If I do this from a 45-degree angle, doesn't really feel like I lifted off a portion and shuffled it on the face. It just feels like a shuffle happens. So again, if we look at this from above this time, we get to this position. As I'm about to start that shuffle, I might spread, I might do this, I might break my hands apart. As soon as I'm coming to do that shuffle, the deck is in a 45-degree angle. I lift off everything above that break, and it goes up, immediately up in the air like this. And all that's going to happen here is the cards have been in a mechanic's grip. I'm just going to simply use this little finger just to do this. I keep that first finger straight on that edge, and it just tilts them. I don't use the thumb or anything else. You just use the finger to tilt those cards over. So these are on a 45-degree angle like this, and I barely need to tilt them. Gravity helps you here. As they're coming up, barely need to tilt them, and then I can start shuffling these on the face. When you come back, it's now here. There's another thing that we can do with this, which is that with this position here, so in this case the 4 of clubs, these come in, help the brakes. As I come up, instead of thinking of lifting this pack up in the air, think about dropping this hand. And basically you almost do both at the same time. As a result, it kind of looks like that first drop is this hand shuffling. So it really creates the impression that the cards were just shuffled very, very fairly, like that. And yet each time the card above that break is actually being controlled, okay? This is the Mahatma Shuffle, and I think what's really key to think about is this 45-degree angle, this dropping of this left hand, instead of the lifting of this right, the dropping of the left. And if you in fact do them both at the same time, and then once you get to the end of the shuffle, instead of stopping and then turning, I try to blend them both together. So they're here like this, they come up, I shuffle, and as soon as I'm coming down, I'm kind of turning into it and turning back. So you just have a much more fluid and free-feeling shuffle, where it doesn't feel like you took off some and shuffled them on the face. They kind of blend them both together. Just feels like a very fluid and free shuffle. Now, the Mahatma Shuffle has some other bonuses built into it, which I like. Things that we can talk about elsewhere. One is that if you do this, so let's say we have this card here. Now, I don't know what that is, okay? We're going to control that, shuffle that into the deck like this. Not only have I controlled whatever that was at the top, I now know that it's a 6 of hearts. Okay, there we go. And that's because you can use this move to peek selections. So once this comes back, this goes in, we're going to go into this Mahatma Shuffle. You can see from above, as I start shuffling like this and doing this, the friction caused by this will allow this top card to actually peek up over the edge, and I can see it. Now, no one else can see this. I can see it by looking through that gap on my hands, and I can actually peek that value as it comes down. Okay, so this is a very good move because, first of all, it controls the position, but it's also controlling the information. I can now also get information in the same move. So I can peek it, get the information, and control its position. So this is a really, really useful for that reason. The other thing is, as a result of this move, so we have this, whatever that is, boom, do this, I can peek it. I don't need to now because I saw it, but peek it. But also, as I'm revolving down, I'm in a good position for palming. Now, we're going to talk about palming later, but this is also a very good position for being in a palm position to get access to it. So this very, very simple, very nonchalant, under the radar technique allows you to control position, get information, and also do things beyond. So you could do more moves and set yourself up for more things with something that appears like nothing, that just seems like a very, very casual overhand shuffle, which looks like nothing. This is why I think that this particular control is so beautiful. It's not just effective and efficient, I think it's beautiful. And so these little touches of this sideways thing, the dropping of this hand as you do it, and shuffling in front, is everything. Now, If you've done this while doing what we said before about having good break control, so no one suspects you're doing anything yet anyway, and then you just come back, square up, and casually just shuffle those cards, this just feels like nothing. It feels like absolutely nothing. You can do it while maintaining conversation, and you don't have to worry about anything because it's relatively simple. You just need to pick up on that break. You've got nothing else to worry about. It's pretty much angle proof. There's no real angle that it will flash from, and it will always just look like nothing other than shuffling a deck. If you shuffle the cards after a card has been replaced, this absolutely feels to a layman like there's no possible way you can have control. You know, often magicians like to think that if you put a card in and say, look, it's lost, okay? Perfectly lost. Well, yes, but it feels controlled to some extent. It at least feels that you know roughly where it went. Really, the only way to gain control of it, you know, or to actually have it on the top would be to shuffle in a way. You know, it could end up there, but the shuffle represents chaos. The shuffle makes something feel like nothing. So therefore, doing a shuffle after a control, I just think is that much more deceptive. And hence why I use this so much, because it's also something that looks like nothing. It doesn't look like a flashy move, a flashy shuffle. It looks like a boring shuffle, and they just accept it as a shuffle. And what are shuffles if not chaotic? So this represents in that very moment a chaotic moment, something you don't have control over. That's why I love this technique. I use it all the time because it just works. Surrounded, any environment, cards in any condition, you just have that position of control, you shuffle, and yet you have complete access to the information, its position, and you can do more stuff with it. So the Mahatma Shuffle is absolutely worth your time and energy. It's kind of one of those moves that when I grew up in Magic, it was one of those kind of unsexy moves, the things that kind of old timers did if they didn't have the skills to do a pass. And I suppose in some ways that was true, but for me, I looked at it and realized that there's something unbelievably deceptive about it. The fact that you can immediately go in, I thought was very interesting. The problem is most of the time it was handled badly, and that's why I think that this idea of doing from the 45-degree position first, allowing this hand to drop, so there's very little stuff, it revolves back very quickly, and understanding how it can be used for peeking as well as for palming or anything else, which we'll talk about later. I think once you understand that, you realize its value. And the fact that it can just go under the radar just means it's a beautiful, beautiful control. Now, like I said at the very beginning, or the previous section, we talked about the Fingertip Peek. Now we understand the Mahatma, the way in which I use it for the Fingertip Peek, because I have a break underneath that 6 of diamonds and it's not on top. If I was to do a Mahatma Shuffle right now, I would lose the card. I will just spread through and say, I didn't ask you to take one. And at this point, I just gain access over it. So it's here, and I just pull it back on top and get a break. Instead, I just wanted you to think of one as I'm shuffling, and now I have control over that 6 of diamonds. So this is just a very, very nice technique that I can use to reposition if I want. The other thing, which I was thinking about just then, is that the way in which I tend to do this from a break, if I do have a break, so whatever it is and whatever card we have, so in this case, what's this, a 9 of clubs. So if I have a break in this position, I've done some throw-offs or whatever it is I'm doing and I'm waiting, I don't just come straight over and do the move. I will normally do some squaring first. There's almost some movement that I have in the hands that goes into the move. I don't just kind of go from here and go straight into the move. Often I have some form of movement first, something to do with my hands, just so that that shuffle flows in. Okay, so if we look at this from above, we're in this position here, this goes over to here like this, I go up like this and shuffle, but there's some form of kind of movement, squaring or something happening before I then revolve in. It's a beautiful, beautiful shuffle. Also another thing, often when people can see the cards mixing like this, what else are the cards doing? They're not shuffling. I mean, they are shuffling. They're seeing the cards genuinely being shuffled, just not all of them. It's a controlled shuffle. And that's why I think it's so gorgeous. So the Mahatma Shuffle, trust me, undoubtedly one of the best techniques you will ever learn for deceptively controlling playing cards. Anytime, anywhere, any conditions. It's beautiful. Now, we are dealing with a meaty one here. This is the classic pass. This is a very, very famous old, notorious, sexy? I don't know. You tell me. This is one of those moves that has been talked about by magicians for many years, and it's a control of a card from the middle to the top. Often is a kind of a fastest gun in the West. You know, how good is your pass? I'll talk about some of those things. I think getting a really clean and perfect pass visually is somewhat of an exhibition pass for me. To use one deceptively is the primary goal. If you need to be able to use the move deceptively, and to do so, you sometimes have to soften the edges a bit on the technical side. But I'll go through how I approach this move. I think where I talk about this in some of the effects, you'll see me talk about how to time it in here. There's no moment, there's no trick, there's nothing. We're just going to do the move cold, so it has no context. But roughly speaking, a card is selected and replaced. So in this case, the 3 of spades. This goes in, the cards are just squared up, whatever it is, and in this action, we have controlled that back to the top. This is the classic pass. So for example, if we look at this from overhead, we see this in the middle, and again, we can do any kind of break throw-offs we want, and then instantaneously, that appears on top of the deck. Now, the bottom line is that what you're really doing with this is a cut. You're just cutting the cards, but doing it very fast. There are ways in which this can be done invisibly at the right camera angle. You know, if you get the right thing and the right stuff, it can really look invisible. But really, you want this to be soft and fluid and timed right. And there's a lot of things I'm going to talk about here, which is going to help that. We'll talk about what's actually happening, the technical structure of this, and then we can talk about how to apply it and use it. But the bottom line is you're going to be doing a cut very, very fast. And again, if we look at this on the overhead, it doesn't feel, even though you know there's a break involved in this somewhere, it doesn't feel like there's a moment where that could happen, and yet you can instantly cut that to the top. And it's not just taking that single card to the top, it's taking the entire bottom half to the top. So how do we do that? Well, if we look at this on the side angle, we can see in a little bit more detail here. This is the worst angle to see it, is actually on this side position, so you can actually see that. So all that's going to happen is those are going to be moved around each other, and that comes up to the top. So really what's happening here is we have this break control. So let's use a 2 of spades. I have this break control as we've talked about elsewhere. And what's going to happen is here, if we see this on the side camera, as I'm basically coming to do the move, I'm going to put my little finger deeper into that break. We talked before about holding a break and keeping that finger out. To do the pass, or the classic pass, we're going to put my finger deeper into that break. You can see this from above, almost the fingers are pointing backwards. And what this means is that I've kind of got much more control. I'm kind of gripping this top packet between this little finger and this third finger. It's being supported as well at the front there. And my left hand is effectively at this stage holding only this top packet. The cards underneath are in there, but I'm kind of putting my bias and attention onto holding this top section. My other hand, when it comes over, is going to hold the lower half. So my left fingers are holding this top half. Right, you can see that here, especially between these two. Okay. And my right hand is going to hold this bottom half. I'm going to allow this gap to expose here so you can see this. And what's going to happen is that my left fingers now are going to pull that bottom half down and around to the bottom and then back underneath. So it's pulled out of the side like this and around underneath. You can see that that position that I was originally holding them in is still there. It's being held between those two fingers. It's supported by this second and first finger there. You can see this when I actually hold the break up at the top here. This is the position. First finger on the front, second on the side, these two here. And that's really gripping. This left hand is gripping this top section only. Okay, so now, if I hold this bottom section with my right hand, my left fingers pull that packet round the side of the deck to the bottom. If we look at this from the front, you can see this here. I'm going to pull them around the side and to the bottom. Now, to get a bit more speed in this move, as you're doing it, you're going to try and imagine pulling them subtly backwards towards the sub, and exaggerate this, but you're going to pull them subtly backwards, not exactly that far, but just subtly you pull them back a little bit. And the top packet is like a seesaw. The top packet basically, as a result of you only really gripping it here, your left thumb is going to be on the side. What's going to happen is, if you look at this packet here, it's going to pivot round, almost in like this style action, like that. So you get this seesawing action of those packets moving around each other very, very, very fast. Okay. Now there are many ways to cover this. If you get the right angle and you try and get everything perfect and smooth, you can get this looking really nice. The problem is that when you bring both hands together, it frames the deck. So the moment that you bring both of your hands together, you're framing it. So you don't want to be doing lots of squaring and moving, and you kind of want this to be over as quickly as possible. And so often when I execute the pass, I'll continue to move the packet into my right hand. So if I've had the cards in this hand, we're talking, I come over, I execute the pass, and I keep the deck in that hand. It just feels like I came over, took the deck, and moved like this. There's many things that you can do. Often sometimes when I do this, I'll then roll it into a shuffle. So I actually blend the classic pass into a shuffle action. This also goes back to what we were talking about with transitions. If you start practicing doing a classic pass, doing a classic pass and then into, I can't even do it myself now, into a riffle shuffle, or doing a classic pass into an overhand shuffle of some sort with a stop control, which we'll talk about again in a second. There's ways of blending these moves into each other so that they kind of work together. Now, this is not an easy move. It really isn't. It will take time to practice. There are many resources for the classic pass, but honestly, you can get lost in a rabbit hole of looking at specific techniques. You've got to understand the engineering of it in your own hand and how it's going to work. But the bottom line is you're just going to have that break, shove your finger in, grab the top section, and as your thumb and second finger grab around the bottom half on that far edge, your left fingers pull that around the side, and your thumb, because it's on the side, kind of allows that to pop up. Now, when you first start this, it's going to look horrible, sound horrible. You're going to see all kinds of flashes, and you're going to think, how can you possibly hide this move? Well, what happens, when I was younger, I thought about hiding this move visually. I was always trying to make it as good as possible visually. I worked on many exhibition passes to make them look perfect, but I could never really do it deceptively. The reality is, if you can create that relaxation, I talked this about at the beginning in terms of the selection and the replacement. If you can create that relaxation, then you can feel that moment where all of a sudden just one quick movement as you're talking, should be noiseless as well, goes completely under the radar. There are many great resources in text for the classic pass. The Expert the Card Table by S.W. Erdenes is one of them, Expert Card Technique. There are many, many resources for the classic pass to understand it, but it is a tricky move to do, but it is very, very useful. Now, I know some of you out there are saying, well, why not use the Mahatma Shuffle? The Mahatma Shuffle does the same thing and you really can't be caught. I mean, if you think about it, the Mahatma Shuffle at this stage is the world's worst pass. Oh no, it's not a pass, it's a shuffle. It's kind of, you're doing something that really just is a shuffling action. It's seen as a shuffling action. This is different. The classic pass is different. You're trying to make it appear like you've done nothing, or maybe you've just squared the deck up, So these come back, you've just kind of squared the deck up maybe and put the deck down, and you haven't really done anything. You haven't done any shuffling. And there are some effects where that may be what you want. For example, you might do this with the peek. If you have that card selected in there and you say, look, that was lost somewhere inside, I'm not going to go through and try and find it. In this case, the pass will have taken that king to the bottom. So there are some occasions where you don't want to have a shuffle because it's not about trying to show that it's lost necessarily. It may be that there's some other reason for you not wanting to shuffle, which as you get into certain card effects and you look at their structures, you realize why that might be important. But the ability to control a card to the top without the need to shuffle and with the need to shuffle, for me, these are two of the best in the world. Without the need to shuffle, the classic pass is fast, efficient, quiet, and will get it to that position. And with the need to shuffle, the Mahatma Shuffle to me is absolutely perfect. The classic pass is a difficult move, and it will take time to understand its engineering. But if you play with these basic principles of getting that finger in, making sure you're gripped on the top, there's not too much tension you're trying to overcome, and all of a sudden when you grip that bottom portion, you'll feel them move around each other. You'll feel them move around each other. In fact, they don't even feel like they move around each other. Once you get the engineering right, it feels like they move through each other. There's always going to be a flash. Now, if you work on the perfect angle, we could set the camera up in such a way where we could try and get the perfect angle for the perfect pass. It is possible to make those things happen and do it right. The fact of the matter is, in performance, when actually doing stuff and actually operating with people, there is no perfect angle, because often you've got multiple people in different angles. So therefore, that perfect pass won't work from all these other angles. So what really matters with a pass? What really matters is timing, is doing it at the right time, doing it with no noise, and making sure it's efficient and it blends into your body language and you're not framing the move. If you can do that, and you can do it invisibly, then it will just be absolutely devastating. No one will ever see that control. This means that from this position, after the break throw-offs, this is why I talked about the break throw-offs. If someone already feels that you've got no control because your hands, this goes back, it's very soft, you don't want to choose another one, are you happy? At this point, they're already like, no, it's fine. You'll find the moment for the hands to come together, you put the deck down, you execute the pass, and you get that control of that card. You know, there's many, many ways that you can time and use the pass, but thinking about the kind of efficiency of it and the fluidity of it, the softness of it, not having the noise, and thinking about finding the time to use the move is how you can use it deceptively. That's really the whole point. The point is to use it deceptively. And it's going to feel difficult to start off with. But it's just this very, very simple engineering. The way to think about it also is that the top half is being pulled to the bottom. Okay, that's how it's being, the top half's being pulled around to the bottom. And if you follow the instruction that we've gotten here, you'll figure out how to get that happening. When you start, a good way is just to do the move in a really open way with no real deceptiveness at all. I mean, you want to always try and get it more visually deceptive. You don't want it to look horrible, but at a certain point, like I said, I stopped valuing that as much and started concentrating on the timing of the move more than anything else. Now, obviously, you can always try and make it look as good as you can, but there's a cost-benefit loop curve somewhere. There's an opportunity cost to just trying to get this move absolutely invisible. But that said, when you start practicing, just don't worry about anything to do with that. Just get it looking terrible. You're just pulling that top section round to the bottom. Your arms will be full of tension, your hands will be full of tension, your neck, your teeth, everything, as you try and grip through it. Over time, you can learn to soften all of that, and it feels that there's almost no tension in the move. It'll feel incredibly light and incredibly soft. And if 99% of your body language is signaling the fact that nothing is happening, the 1% of a tiny half movement that happened in the hands as you were doing something else won't even register, literally by no one. They'll never see it, never smell it. So just first of all, practice on getting the engineering correct and getting those halves moving around each other. That's all you need. You don't need to get this soft and deceptive at this stage. Just get them moving around each other. And then over time, you can start making that just that little bit faster. You can start blending in some kind of squaring actions as you do it. If you look at this from the overhead, you can just see that can just really start looking nice. We leave that face up. It just really looks like a squaring action. These things will take time. It will. But this engineering point is the key. Okay, you just grab that bottom, my right hand's holding the bottom half, my left hand is only holding those top halves, and it's pulling it around to the side. It's a tricky move to try and demonstrate, right? And this is the classic pass, a classic move, and a great move for getting a card to the top or the bottom. If you have a break under it, so like I said, if you do the peek that we talked about earlier on, if I execute the classic pass now, I'm going to have that card on the bottom. Okay, this is a move that I do from the mechanic's grip position. And it's just sitting and waiting there. The only difference is I just put that finger in a bit further, just at the moment I'm going to execute the move. So if we look at this from above, everything is the break throw-off positions, all very light, everything's normal. Just as my hands are coming together to execute that move, I dig that finger further into that break. This is also another one of those moves that I feel works better on the 45. So instead of trying to do the move with the deck on this plane, you want to do it on this plane. When the hands are kind of coming to meet on the 45, that's when you execute the move in this position, and then I can carry on holding this in this hand. So it's just a very, very quick, very, very simple move, but you're effectively doing an invisible cut. A cut of the deck to control a card from the middle position or from a controlled position somewhere in the deck to the top or the bottom in 1 nanosecond, in a extremely fast moment. You can control it to the top. Now, you can also follow that up with some controlled shuffles if you want. You could technically say it's a waste because you may as well just do a Mahatma Shuffle, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I just do that. Sometimes I'll execute the pass and then I start doing some controlled shuffles. We're going to get onto those in a minute, but you don't need to. The point is I want the intelligence in my hands to be able to do it. I think the Mahatma Shuffle looks absolutely beautiful as a casual shuffle that just goes under the radar, but it does shuffle half the deck. So if you did have a setup you were protecting or you didn't want to shuffle them, it might not be the control you want to use. If you are just executing this to get it to the top and you don't want anything else shuffled, the classic pass works perfectly fine. Both of those control techniques, I've been doing Magic in every condition you can imagine for many, many years, and both of those moves have served me perfectly for a long time. Figuring out how to utilize them and use them effectively, we're going to talk about when we look at the tricks as well. But for now, understanding the engineering of the classic pass and putting some time into it will really, really aid your ability to control playing cards to the top or the bottom effortlessly with nothing other than a break. There's some work in this one, but it's worth it. Now, we are looking at the cull. The cull of a card. This is a very, very useful move for many, many reasons and can be used in many ways, as you'll discover in the effects that we're teaching here. But for now, I'm just going to talk to you about the basics of the cull. This can be used to control a card to many different positions. It can be used to gain control over a lost card if you've lost one, or a randomly named card, as you'll see me do elsewhere. There's many ways to utilize this move, and it's slightly different from what we've talked about so far to some extent. We're not just talking about holding a break and then controlling it to the top. We're basically using, let's say for example we use the break to start off with. Let's do that, Benjamin, it makes sense. So let's have a card selected, in this case the Ace of Spades, okay? And this is, we can do all the things that we talked about before, and we can say, look, somewhere inside here, somewhere in the deck was the card that you wanted. I'm not going to do any controls or anything like that. You wouldn't say that necessarily, but I have controlled this to the bottom in this case. Now, this was done from a break, but you can use this in many, many different ways. This is a utility move that can be used in so many different ways. If we do this from above, if we look at this from above, you'll see what this is. In fact, actually, let's not do it face up, Benjamin. Let's do this somewhere in here, face up. So let's say that Ace of Spades, where is it? So it's somewhere, look, it's about, 20 cards down from the top? It's not up here, it's not exactly here, it's about 20 cards down, but in that action, it has now been controlled up here. And this is what's so nice about this move, is that as you're going through, I'm going to now get access, steal that out of the deck, and take it to the top of the deck in the action of just spreading through. You're culling it out, you're removing it out. Now, well, this is what I'll do it face up now. If we do it face up, you'll see this happen. So here, I'm now going to, as I'm continuing to spread, that card has already left and is now riding underneath the deck, free from the others. If we look at this from the front, so just so you can see what this looks like underneath here, you'll see that there's really nothing to see here either. You can't really see anything. You can't see that card, yet it's being controlled out. This is useful for so many reasons. If you have a break on a card in the middle, so in this case, how I did it the first time, we had a break on this card in the middle. By spreading through, I can feel where that card is. I know it's here. I can cull it out as I continue to spread, or offer it to someone else to have another selection, whatever it is, and I can use that moment to cull the card out. You can search through the cards face up. You could be saying to someone, look, you know, these are all mixed up. You shuffled these in whatever way you wanted. And I use that moment to gain control of a specific card that I want, whatever it may be. It doesn't have to necessarily be a selection. It can be anything. So let's actually go through the basics of what's happening here. It's so useful. Trust me, this is so useful. As I go through the cards like this, so I'm going to use this face up for now, as you can see on the overhead, simply to make this obvious and easy to stand out. As I go through the cards, all that's going to happen is I want to make sure I put my thumb on the card above this card. So I can feel my thumb on the card above, and as a result, I can feel my fingers, which you can see here, on the actual ace of spades, which is facing the wrong way. My fingers are on that ace of spades here. And my thumb is on the one above. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to basically extend my fingers and pull with my thumb. And if I do, it now was almost out of the deck. It's not out of the deck yet. You can, if you really push it, get it out, but that's not what we're trying to do here. All that's going to happen is I'm just going to do this. And it's, I would say, 80% out of the side of the deck. Let's actually have a look at what that is there. Something like that. That's how much of that card has left the deck, because the rest of the cards are spread on top of it like this. That has actually been stolen almost out underneath. So we have a look at that. You'll see I'm going to spread through like this. I see this and I push like this. Now that's almost out of the deck. But in doing so, what's going to happen is my right hand is going to clip this top corner of the card. And then as it moves away, you might hear it, maybe not, it's already out. It is fully removed from the deck. And now I can carry on spreading like this until I deliver it to the bottom. Okay. So I spread through, I see that ace, I do this. Right over here, you'll notice that this card almost lines up with all the cards on this side, allowing this portion of my right hand here, my right finger, to come up and grab that whole section basically. And then as I continue to move it outwards and spread the cards with this thumb, it's now being fully removed from underneath. This is the single card Cull. Extremely useful. You know, there's many times where you might just want to, I mean, you'll see a couple of ways in which, or a few ways in fact, in which I use this in this project. It really gives you the ability to get control and access over a card while apparently just spreading through the cards. And if you're spreading through them face up, then maybe it's you're drawing attention to the fact these were mixed and use that moment to cull. If you're spreading through them face down, maybe you're using that moment to justify, you know, you picked a card, or maybe they're doing something else. In fact, in one of the effects that we use with this in here, the in-between, where it's effectively like a sandwich routine, you're spreading the cards and giving them an instruction, and you're using this moment to justify going through and culling this card. And so this, you know, in fact, I could probably show it to you from here. It'd be hard for me to remember where it is. Am I going to remember where it is? Yeah. Oh no, I know what I'll do. I'll do this. So I can feel it's there. Look, these fingers grab, now it's out. And this all happens underneath the deck. This is the single card cull, okay? A very, very useful technique for spreading through the cards. One of the things I'll say is you don't want you don't want to break the spread apart. So if we look at this from above, you'll see as I'm going through here and I'm doing this and spreading through, the spread didn't break apart. So what I mean by that is I didn't, as I'm doing a cull, move the hands apart. There was no gap. I don't want this to look like you kind of did this, or you moved something around. It needs to look like the cards were all together. And this is very unintuitive for someone to imagine that you could get access to it, because they would think to get access to it, you'd have to either, do this to do this, or you'd have to do this to take a card out. If you just spread the cards in the hands, it doesn't feel like there was any moment that you could have removed a card. It's a very, very, very cool technique. It is largely used from a face-up spread. There's many times when you have a second or so, if someone shuffled the deck and you wanted to force a card or get access to a certain card, you can say, look, you've given these a really good shuffle, and I'm doing that cull at the moment that I look up at them, and I know that I've got this now under control. It's a really beautiful technique. I'll run through one more time this from above because it can be confusing for people. So as we go through like this, like I said, you're trying to spot the card appearing that you want here. Now, obviously this is easy with the cards face up, but if I was doing this in this way, you know, I'm looking for that ace of spades. Let me just get rid of those for me. These are I'll get rid of that ace as well, and that one. Right, let's just get rid of those, put that here. As I'm spreading through, I'm not looking here, I'm looking here. I'm trying to get ahead. So as soon as I see that ace there, I'm trying to get my thumb on the card above, and then this thumb pulls as my fingers push, like that, and that's almost fully out now, underneath. Now I'm gripping here, and as I readjust my thumb, I move these apart, and I now pull that fully out, and it's now underneath the deck. And like I said, in the flow of things, if I'm spreading through, it's very difficult to see when that card went. It just flows through. It's a beautiful technique. The single card cull, you just have to try and get used to timing it so that you can get your thumb on it, push it through, carry on spreading through like this, so you can get access to the card. There are so many ways to utilize the single card cull. You can use it to get out of trouble. Imagine if you lose selection, but you get a peek on the card. It's one of the good reasons for using the Mahatma Shuffle. Imagine if you did this and you shuffled this and you peek the card, and then someone says, can I shuffle? And you think, okay, you let them shuffle. And after they've shuffled, you could then go through and say, look, are you sure? You don't give these another shuffle? Are you happy with this? And you then use that to cull. You know, there's many ways that you can utilize the single card cull, but I guarantee, I'm telling you, it just is. It's just a fact. This move is incredibly useful. Like I said, for getting you out of trouble, for causing setups, or creating setups, all that type of stuff. Here's another quick thing, talking of setups. Let's say we're going to use, wherever that ace of spades is, and actually put it closer to the face. There we go. So let's put this a few cards from the top here, and you can see this from above. So I'm going to spread through, and I say, look, these are, you know, complete mix of cards. You know, look, there's no, your card isn't here or whatever it is I'm going to say. But I now know that that ace of spades is fourth. So I've got 3 X cards here, and then I have this in the fourth position. So you can control it to specific positions if you need it there. So in this case, if I go through and I cull that ace of spades here, as I spread like this, I now can get to the end here, and let's say I've got 4 cards there. I just break these if I want, and I can just push that into the fourth position. I load it in to that fourth position. The rest of these are basically just going on top of it, and it's now loaded into that fourth position. So it's now here. The other thing that you can do with this move is you can use this as a key. So imagine, for example, that I'll use the ace of spades in this case, and I'll leave. In fact, I'll put it face down. So let's imagine that I say, I want you to just pick any card that you want, any one that you want, and they touch this one here. They have a look at it, whatever that is. I close these up, and everything's fine. Right now, I don't know what that card is, but I know that I've loaded the ace of spades on it. So I know that it's above it. So the ace of spades will be above this card. That would have been the card there. And the 9 of spades. And in this case, all I'm doing is I have the ace of spades fifth in this case. And again, there are many ways to get into these positions. I'm just showing you the principle. So I'm going to cull that 5th card. As I say, I want you to just touch any card you want. I come back, I cull it out, and then whatever they touch, so let's say they touch here, I show it to them like this, and then I'm just going to place this now onto that card. So you've now loaded that as a key card. If that was a crimp or some other thing, then you could also cut to it, and then you'd also have access to it. So the cull is an incredibly versatile move of just apparently doing something as nonchalant as spreading through the cards, and yet you can surreptitiously sneak it out and either get it to the top or the bottom or put it into whatever position you want, and you can do so under the guise of just a casual action. If you have a break, then you know the position, you can spread through, so I know where it is, I don't have to search for it, I can feel it, and I can cull it out immediately and then put it to the bottom or a couple of cards on the bottom, whatever I want. The fact that you can either gain access over a card or move its position right out in the open is an extremely useful technique, and one that I would, I'd highly recommend that you practice. It's one that I've used for many, many, many years, and one that will serve you well, the cull. Have a look into it, give it a practice, and you will use it. Now this next technique is one that I use a lot. It's great. It is an old technique. I'll show it to you first, but there are many, many uses for it. So we'll start here. You can see this on the side shuffle, or side angle, sorry. You can see me shuffle these. Look, see those really being mixed up, shuffled up. You see this from the overhead, all being mixed up. And yet we have this ace under control. This is the overhand lift shuffle. It's a stock control. So it looks like this. And yet we have this on top. And it's pretty much angle proof. Well, there's a slight problem with the right side, but it's fine. But the idea is just to shuffle them up like this. You can't really see anything, and yet you have this under control. This can also be used, or a similar technique can be combined with the Riffle Shuffle, and you still have control. In fact, I've done more than that. I've controlled all of these as well. This is the Lift Shuffle. It's a stock control, and it's gorgeous because it just looks like an overhand shuffle. It just looks like you're shuffling the cards up. You can see them all mixing, and yet we have this under control. So what's going on? Well, let's leave this face up so we can see this happen. You see it get lost into the deck, and then you see it come back. We see this from above. You see the same thing. We have this ace here on top, shuffled in, and then all of a sudden it comes back. Basically what's happening is it's cycling around. So it's shuffled, picked up, and cycled back to the top, all in one shuffle. I much prefer this to other techniques such as the jog shuffle, although it has its place. I really love this for a number of reasons. Now, I think that there's many ways to use this, and we'll talk through this in some of the effects, ways to utilize this technique, but it's just so deceptive, and it just looks like exactly what it is. It's hard to beat this. And this is only going to control whatever portion you pull off initially. So if I only need to control one card, it doesn't really matter. But if I want to control, like I did, the 4 aces, it just looks exactly the same. All that's required is the first portion that I pull off in a overhand shuffle style is what will be controlled. So if I pulled off, say, 10 or 12 or 15 cards or more than that, that's what would be controlled. So I'm going to leave this face up, okay, for now. So I'll take this portion off, and as I come down to shuffle onto this, basically I'm holding the deck here between the first finger of the right hand and the thumb. As I come down on top, these 3 fingers open, and they pick up this packet. I'll expose this openly now so you can see it, but you pick these up behind as you're pulling off the next packet. And now you just allow all of these ones above it to shuffle off till I eventually throw that last one down, and then this one comes back around. So it goes down and it gets picked up and brought back to the top. And at full speed, looks like that, okay? And still those other aces are underneath because I, took more than 4 off on that first bunch. So that's what this looks like. This is the Lift Shuffle. It's a beautiful, beautiful technique. There's many, many different ways that it can actually be utilized, but the main thing is just to get this rhythm in the shuffle. So it just doesn't feel like there's any rhythm change, and yet you can just have this, we can just have this shuffled and brought back to the top whenever we want. Like I said, the rest of those have also been controlled. Now, the thing with this shuffle more than anything else is that you just want to make this look casual. It just has to look absolutely like nothing other than a regular overhand shuffle. And that's why it's so deceptive. Anyone that looks at it just sees the cards being shuffled. And that's because really they have. I mean, the first packet's pulled off. It could be, like a normal shuffle would be. It's picked up and the rest of them are shuffled. And then that first packet just comes back to the top. So it's only controlling that first packet. This is a top stock control. It's really, really nice, but again, the rhythm has to be right. So that first packet there, as I come down, these open, and I pick this up. I try to keep it as tight as I can, so it's not, like this, or there's different fingers. And when it's picked up, basically the first finger goes over, you see this on the overhead, first finger goes over that corner, like this, and then my other fingers pick this up underneath here. So as you come down and pick up like this, it's picked up like that. And you really can't see it from almost any angle, but it's actually being picked up behind there. If I take, you can see if I move my finger there, you can just see I've come over that corner on that card. And as I'm getting down to those last few cards, I kind of let them go with that first finger, bringing those to the top, meaning that you can just shuffle like this and allow that to come back up. This is a really nice control. And there are some times where you might have a stock of cards that you want to use and you just want to give them a casual shuffle first, and you put them down, and now you've got that sequence, and this is a one-phased control. You don't have to, like a jog shuffle where you would shuffle them to the middle and then have to cut or do another shuffle. This is one phase and you've got all of the control. That's why I like it, because it's so efficient. Now, there are ways that you can use this for a selection or a replacement of a selection. So let's imagine, for argument's sake, let me put the aces to one side for a second. But imagine we've done this, and we ask someone to just place their card back, and they place this back here, whatever that would be, okay? As this goes back, we just shuffle onto these like this, and we've controlled this to the top. And it's exactly the same. They just place it back in here, and as soon as they come back, as I come down, I'm gonna pick up this entire portion. So in this case, that would be the 10 of hearts. I come down, pick it up, and shuffle it right back to the top of the deck. This is an excellent way of controlling a stock of cards, or sometimes even controlling cards after a selection. Sometimes you might have a selection, you've held a break, so let's imagine I'm holding a break on those aces. You know, you've done your break throw-offs, you've maybe done a Mahatma Shuffle, like this, and then you just need to do another shuffle. For whatever reason, someone wasn't paying attention, or you feel like you need to shuffle again, and so then I can just do this shuffle casually, and again, I still have control of those cards. It's a beautiful, beautiful technique, and one that will just fly by anyone. One of the ways to make this slightly more efficient, and I talked about this in just doing an overhand shuffle, is as I come in, I use the second finger to go underneath to pop this up on its side, which means I'm immediately grabbing and immediately starting in this position, rather than having to come over, turn it over, or do any of this. So from a mechanics grip position, just by the second finger going underneath, I pop this up to this position. It's already in the right position to flow straight into this shuffle, and then as I'm squaring up, and then back into a mechanics grip. So you're flowing between shuffles and grips very, very effectively. This is something I talk about a lot in the family, this ability to move between different forms of technique and transition between them as much as possible. So from here, a mechanics grip up into a lift shuffle, back down into a mechanics grip or squaring, whatever it is, or at the fingertips. But doing so really effectively and efficiently while still maintaining conversation and still having that control of the cards. Like most technique, you want this to become effortless. You want this to be something you don't have to think about. So you want to develop the technique correctly to begin with, so that you can then switch off and allow your brain to be elsewhere when talking to people or performing, so that you can let your hands go effectively. And to do that, you have to kind of understand the kind of benefits of these techniques and the efficiencies of them. And the lift shuffle has tremendous benefits because it's one phase, it's extremely deceptive, extremely practical, and has multiple uses. You will struggle initially, taking this off, and you'll figure, I can't pick, which finger picks it up and how do I do this? If you just follow what I've said, you pull that first packet off, these three open, you come down, it goes in between that first finger and that second one, but it's one beat and immediately it's coming up and it's thrown back off like this. And like most things, they do take practice. It will take time to get that rhythm and that fluidity in the shuffle so that it feels soft and smooth. But once you do, it will become as easy as habit. Now, the other thing when it comes to controlling with the overhand shuffle as a stock control is, let's actually just use a single card for this. So we'll use the ace of spades for this. This is also an overhand shuffle like this, but in this case, this is controlling it on the bottom. And this is using a slip shuffle, okay? And this is basically allowing that bottom ace to stay in position through friction alone. You just allow the fingertips to rest along the face of that ace. And as you lift, I often just put my thumb on some of those top cards there, take a few of them off, but I'm allowing, see from that side camera there, friction keeps that bottom card in place. So even though it's a very casual overhand shuffle like this, so casual I'm dropping them, I know that that ace of spades is still on the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is a really nice way to maintain the bottom card in place. So that's how I'd do that if I was maintaining the bottom card. If I'm maintaining the top card, then I would use the lift shuffle. Okay? Now, you can also do a slip shuffle of the top card if you shuffle the deck face up, like that. So by shuffling face up, like this, that's also maintaining that in place. So this ability to control the bottom card with a slip shuffle, or the top card with an overhand shuffle, which is a lift in this case, the ability to just naturally shuffle but actually maintain control is very useful. Now, the lift shuffle allows you naturally to control a bunch on the top of the deck. You can't do that with the slip shuffle because it only controls one through friction, but there is a technique that allows you to do that. So here I've got 4 aces on the bottom of the deck, and yet we've given those a shuffle, and yet I still have all 4 of those on the bottom. This is an overhand shuffle like this, but yet I still have all 4. Now, if we look on the overhead, what's happening here is instead of using friction on the bottom to hold this bottom card against the cards there, my third finger is just going to creep around. See how creepy it's being? Look at it. Gosh, that's creepy. It's going to creep around and just grab a block, small block, any amount really. It will definitely grab more than 4. And as you do, this is when my thumb again is on the front here. I'm going to lift, and effectively what you're doing is lifting a whole portion of cards out of the middle. Okay, you can see that there. And doing so, it keeps those on the bottom. This is just a really nice shuffle that really feels that you've definitely shuffled the cards, mix them up, and yet you have complete control of those on the bottom. The overhand shuffle is a great, soft, subtle technique. I use it all the time in many things. It's great for doing the lift shuffle, for controlling the top, multiples on the top. You can control cards on the bottom with that slip shuffle action and this action of using that creepy finger in order to keep them there. But the overhand shuffle really looks innocent. It looks like nothing. No one really suspects anything with this shuffle. It just looks like exactly what it is, and yet you can effortlessly control cards if you put the time into practicing it. Being able to control cards in those positions whilst apparently doing something chaotic, such as a shuffle, is really what adds to the deceptive elements of what you're doing. It just feels like there's no possible chance of control, and so people switch off. The other good thing about doing something like a lift shuffle, like this, is that it just creates this softness early on so that the palm or something else, as we'll talk about later, isn't seen. Because the moment you start shuffling, people switch off. They know what this is, they know it's chaotic, there's nothing else to see. The fact you can immediately execute a palm or another move or something else, which we'll talk about, is just something I really love. You know, if you're doing riffle shuffles, sometimes it can actually draw attention to the hands because it looks impressive. It can actually focus attention, whereas the overhand shuffle often will just make people switch off. So it's why I love using this technique so much. And the overhand shuffle, the lift shuffle, the slip shuffle in this case as well, all of these techniques look gorgeous. They are very, very, very soft. Will take a bit of time and practice to put into them in order to get them right. But the big thing is just rhythm more than anything else. It's just rhythm. If you can get softness, even done slowly, you don't have to do it fast. If you can get this done slow, okay, just get the rhythm right. That's what it is. It's just that there's no pull down, hesitate, and then something different. The first chop of card to the last, they all have that same rhythm and flow, like this. Sorry, let's do this this way. There we go. Like that. And then we have those aces there. So just very, very, very soft, very, very, very subtle. And this is the same, obviously, from the bottom, using the creepy finger, same thing. And now we have those there. So the overhand shuffle, really worth practicing and studying because it just sends people to sleep. It doesn't look like a complicated or clever move. And as such, people just switch off. It just looks innocent, which is what you want. So yes, the overhand shuffle, stock control, controlling stocks, top and bottom, extraordinarily useful. Now, even though I've expressed my love and all the virtues of the overhand shuffle, I will still, of course, use a riffle shuffle, as sometimes you want to create that impression of the cards being really truly mixed, maybe creating the impression also of you having some kind of technical ability. There are times where you want to do that, but you also still want to be able to control cards. And the riffle shuffle will do that very, very easily, much easier in a way than with the overhand shuffle. In this case, here, I'm just shuffling the cards like this, and I have these 4 on top. Now, the most simple way to do this, as you can probably already imagine, is you just don't, these are on top, and let's have a look here. I'll just put them, in fact, I'll put all 4. Why not? Treat myself. Look, I've got all 4 on top there. As I'm shuffling, I just make sure that all of those fall last. They never enter the shuffle. Okay? Now, obviously, the more you have, the bigger the stock, the more unbalanced the shuffle may appear. And there are ways that I'll talk about to disguise that. But if you just have a single card that you're controlling on top, you can have that shuffle, as you can look from here, compare very, very kind of, look, neat the whole way, and yet you can still have the control of that card here, like this. You just have that last. Now, this is the same for the bottom. You can do the same on the bottom. You just make sure that as you go into this hand, it shuffles off first. And as a result, it will be there when you return to look at it. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, now there's a couple of things that I want to talk about with this. So if you are keeping something on the bottom of the deck, you have to make sure that you don't flash the bottom, because if you do this and do this, you can see everything. So if you are keeping something on the bottom, you just need to make sure you keep it face down. If you're keeping something on the top, sometimes someone could follow and look, okay? So often what I'll do is this, is I just angle my hands forward. You can see this on the overhead here. I angle them forward like that. Now, this is also particularly good when hiding a much thicker stock. So if you look at this on the side camera here, if we do this, you really can't tell how many were left on top. I left a lot more than 4 on top that time. I left about 10 on top, and you still can't really tell like this. And look, I actually left, let's have a look, how many did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Isn't that coincidental? So in this case here, like this, and you angle it back, and you can't really tell how many were kept on top. So the riffle shuffle, the in the hands riffle shuffle, is very, very good, very easy in a way to be able to control the stocks. You just have to be careful about not flashing the bottom, and if you are controlling more than one and you have an unbalanced shuffle on top, rotate it back towards yourself just a bit to hide that. There's another thing I'll talk about with this, which is timing. What you don't want to have with this type of shuffle is this. You see that? Where it's like the cards go down at different times. It looks like cards came down on top. You want to time it really so that as you're getting to the end, they both seem to end at the same time. It feels like the cards have been evenly shuffled the whole way through, even if you're holding back a large stock. This will really, really help the deceptiveness of that move. Again, if we refer back to what we looked at in the basic handling, the ability to get into this position quickly, smoothly riffle with both hands, rotate back as you're doing it will hide that stock. Most of this stuff is designed to go under the radar. So all of the work that you put into card magic is why I find it so beautiful, infuriating, complicated, can't even say the word complicated, and interesting, is because you have to, a lot of the time, hide 90% of the work that you have to put in. It takes quite a lot of time and skill to develop these very, very simple things and understand why they're important, but yet they should just go under the radar completely. We're using them for deceptive purposes. And just a simple stock control, such as a riffle shuffle, is a very, very good thing. It allows you to control cards while apparently not doing so. If anyone, a layman or someone, whoever watches you do this says shuffle. They see, they hear, and you're going to just say chaos, shuffle. So the fact that this is actually controlling while part of the deck is shuffling is what's very, very deceptive about it. This is the same with the overhand lift shuffle or any of those other shuffles. Now, what you can also do is combine the past two things we've talked about. So for example, imagine that we were to do this, give them a couple of shuffles like this, just so you know these are nice and mixed up. This feels that there's no way that there can be any control whatsoever, and yet we still have all 4 of those aces because we have combined those together. I gave a Riffle Shuffle, protecting that stock, flowed into the Lift Shuffle, bring it back to the top, and then doing another one of these protected Riffle Shuffles. This is going to really absolutely feel like the cards are being mixed. The good thing about the Lift Shuffle is that you kind of see the top half disappearing and changing constantly all the way through. You see those changes. Whereas with the Riffle Shuffle, you tend, if you were staring at the top of the deck, you will see that it didn't shuffle. It's why bending these back, if you are doing a stock control, is often very good. Also, bending them back allows someone to see inside and see the mixing of the cards. So, really it's about understanding where you might use them and why. This one displays a bit more apparent skill, but really does look and feel like a shuffle. This one is very nonchalant, under the radar, still looks and feels like a shuffle, but there's really nothing to catch in it. The combination of them both is very deceptive because a Riffle Shuffle weaves cards together, and one Riffle Shuffle really isn't an effective shuffle. Both halves are still in the same relative order, and an Overhand Shuffle kind of moves things around in bunches, but each of those bunches is kind of still in the same order. So actually the combination of these 2 shuffles is the only way to really have an effective mix, and someone intuitively can kind of feel that, even though you can perfectly control the outcome if you want. And you can do the same thing on the bottom, exactly the same thing. If you were to do a Riffle Shuffle here, you make sure that you protect those cards on the edge. You use that creepy finger on the bottom. Same thing with this Riffle Shuffle here, and yet we still have control of those on the bottom. Again, flowing between those shuffles, we've talked elsewhere about this. If I'm doing the Riffle Shuffle here, where have I put them, on top or bottom? Oh, they're on bottom. So if I'm doing them here like this, I'm trying to look flow and square and move into the Overhand Shuffle as I'm then flowing into the Overhand Shuffle. Just this sequence alone of practicing both of these stock controls together, but not really trying to adjust much, not needing to square much, trying to flow between them. This is the key. It's the key to many things, really, because often I want these things to go under the radar with someone. They just know the cards are mixed, even though they haven't been. Yet I'm not really spending too much time thinking about it. I can carry on talking to them, asking them, look, do you want to shuffle, or is this okay? In fact, you ever seen any card stuff before? They just already know that these cards are mixed, even though they're not, okay? Or some of them are mixed, just not the top ones or the bottom ones, whatever I'm controlling. So the in the hands Riffle Shuffle is very effective. If you are going to use it as a stock control, just be aware that simply laying the cards down and not shuffling it on top is not good enough. You have to either protect it and also try and time it so that both of the hands appear to end shuffling at the same time, like this, and protect that. Be aware that that is something that someone could follow. And if you're doing this, again, if you do this, exactly the same thing, you just want to make sure that the timing and the rhythm of it all makes sense so that you can maintain this control at will. Stock shuffles, they're so important. Now I'm controlling aces here for this reason, but the reality is you can do this with a selection. It's exactly the same. In fact, with a selection, it's slightly easier. With a selection, you can do slightly more to some extent, because I'm going to lose the aces now, but we have the 9 of spades here. So imagine, for argument's sake, we're going to do a Mahatma, and maybe we did a Riffle Shuffle if we wanted to. We then do this shuffle, okay, this here. Now I've actually done something different here. I now have the 9 of spades here on the bottom. What's happened here, so let's do this one, 6 of clubs. I use the Mahatma to shuffle it to the top initially. Okay, I could then do a Riffle Shuffle, keeping it on top. And now I could actually do a shuffle and run it to the bottom instead of doing a lift. Just run it to the bottom. And now it's on the bottom, okay? So I've used a stock, really a control with the Mahatma, then a stock control with the Riffle Shuffle, and then I actually shuffled with an Overhand Shuffle, but I still controlled it. I didn't have to do that. We could have done that same thing here with the Mahatma, up to the top, now done a Riffle Shuffle, and then flowed it into a Lift Shuffle to keep it on top. But now, because you only need to control one card, your tolerances are much, much wider. You can it's much easier to do so because you don't need to control 4 or anything else. It's very simple, and you've got lots of flexibility. So stock controls, stock shuffles, hidden within very natural actions, such as an overhand shuffle or a riffle shuffle, are incredibly deceptive because they look like nothing, and they really don't look like any form of control can take place. Anything that looks very regimented can be thought of potentially as control, but as soon as you're seeing cards fall, it looks so random. As soon as you're seeing cards bridge at the end of this, you can feel the randomness of it, but hidden within that randomness is a code for control. And that's a very, very powerful weapon. And so the stock control is something that I would take seriously and realize that it's a very, very deceptive weapon, but don't over-rely on it and think simply by mere knowing it and just shuffling the cards last or whatever particular sequence you're using is enough. You still want to pay attention to those subtleties. Make sure you time the things. It should just look like exactly what it is. If you're doing an overhand shuffle, it should look like that. It should have the same rhythm, okay? So if you're doing it as a stock control, you have the same rhythm. This is no different for a riffle shuffle. You want this to have the same rhythm. You don't want it to suddenly do this, or anything like that. You're trying to blend this into your natural actions so that everything looks the same and you can maintain that control. Stock shuffles. Oh my gosh. Very, very, very useful. So many different things. Magic routines, gambling routines, all kinds of things to maintain setups that are secret that no one knows you have yet, that you're going to exploit later. You could even use, as we've talked about before, culling. You could cull a card that you see into the right position, and then after it, in case someone suspects you've done something, by simply doing a shuffle, I think the 3 of diamonds or 3 of hearts I just culled then, I now have that card in play. And you can still maintain conversation with everyone. So these moves have got so much stuff. They're so good at doing so much. And it's how I approach a lot of sleight of hand stuff. I'm interested in moves that have a huge flexibility within them, so I can use them in many, many different ways. They have practicality and reliability built into them, and they're deceptive, practical in the real world. Most of the time, angle proof. Really, there's very few angle problems here with these types of shuffles, and they just look like what they are. They just look like a shuffle, and yet you are maintaining control. So enjoy, play with them. They're good, fun. Stock controls in the hands riffle shuffle. Now, the in the hands false cut. This, again, is one of those classic techniques, a false cut done in the hands. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of variations that are based on previous techniques we learned in the basic handling. One of these is a false swing cut, like this. You can see this on the front and the side camera. This looks like a swing cut, but yet this is a completely false cut. And the other one is this here. And again, this looks like the cards are being cut, and yet they are not. So one looks like the swing cut, and the other looks like the Hindu cut, and yet no cut has taken place. We can see this Queen of Clubs on the bottom, this 8 of Diamonds on top, and yet nothing has changed place. Here, you see, and here, again, nothing has changed place. That's because you're faking the maneuver. The false swing cut here, now this was a cut that it's been around for a long time. There was a cut in the Gen, there was a cut that Edward Marlowe had played with on this. It wasn't until Steve Bedwell actually showed a friend of mine, Kevin Baker, this false cut many years ago. But it was very much more a peripheral type of move. It was like a much more peripheral thing. I realized that you could basically make this really look like a real swing cut just by timing the movements of the hands so much that it really starts to look like a real cut. You can even make this look like, you can do multiple versions of it where it looks like multiple swing cuts, and you can still get this looking like a cut. It just looks like a cut, same as this one. And nothing's really happening whatsoever. It's all fake, it's a facade. So here's what's happening. In order to make this look deceptive, I think I can't really remember where I first published this now. It may have been in the Shift, but I also lectured this many, many years ago. What you're really doing is simulating every part of a swing cut. So we know the swing cut is lifting over like this, and then we're taking that around and putting it on top. Okay, that really has messed things up now. Have we got the other aces there? No. So we'll leave this ace on top for now, why not? But what's going to happen is I'm going to do almost everything's going to be identical to start off with this cut. I'm going to move this up like this. And then as I come over, instead of taking that top portion around to the bottom where it would be a cut, as I come over, I'm going to leave this bottom portion in the hand like this. And then I'm going to basically bring this around, back around like this, and slap it on top. So if you watch this, if we watch it from above, you'll see. It feels like nothing's really happening at all. Now, what's actually selling this cut isn't the cards really, it's actually the movement of the fingers. Because if you look at what happens in a real swing cut, when you take that off, this first finger has to come off, and these fingers have to open. And this dips around the side in order to come on top. We're going to add those elements into the false version. So by lifting up like this, I'm going to take the bottom portion, but as I do, my fingers switch. I bring my thumb to the side and open those fingers, and I bring this around like this. So this, my fingers switch, I clip and bring this around, and it appears to look like those halves swap. Like that. Okay, now you can come around and slap it on top. You can kind of drop it on top like this, okay? And you can do multiple versions. Exactly the same thing is happening with each of them. It's just feels like a false, well, it feels like a cut. It feels like that you've cut the deck, but really it is just a false version. Takes a little bit of time in order to acquire the knack of this, but like I said, the best way really is to actually do a swing cut and notice what the thumb is doing of the left hand, what the fingers are doing of the left hand. Do the same with the right hand. Just do the cut for real and notice what all of the fingers are doing and the angles that the hands move in. Take all of those things and then add those things into the false version so that you now can add the element of the fingers swapping, these fingers opening, the angle that it comes out, and it puts itself on top. And if you put them all together, it looks like a cut. Now, another way to make this more deceptive is to do it in movement. So if you were leaning into a table like this and you did that as you came back, that bigger movement hides the smaller movement. Or as you moved it out to someone and gave it to them. Now, I really like this particular cut, or the Hindu, which I'll go on to in a second, but I like these forms of in-the-hand false cuts at the end of stop controls. So if we have this ace of spades, and you've done an overhand shuffle, okay, and then you just gave the cards a cut and put them down, this is a really nice way to keep control. Same for a riffle. You could do the riffle shuffle, doing these stop controls that we talked about, execute that false cut, and we now have this. This is particularly good if you're about to hand it to someone. So you could, as your hands are going towards them, say, take these for me. And this really feels like those have been mixed. And yet you've done that initial stop control to control whatever it is you want on top, and then use this false cut to keep them there. Now, the false cut doesn't just protect the top stop. The false cut protects everything. We'll get onto a full deck false shuffle in a minute. So if you did have an entire order you wanted to protect, this false cut would help you for that. But most of the time you don't need to do that. Most of the time you just need to protect a small stock of cards, and it's not too much effort to do a full deck false cut. So that's what this is, a false cut. It's a nice little thing, but like I said, these small little elements of doing it at the end of a stop control, like this, and as I'm squaring up, I'm using that movement to go straight in. I'm not stopping like this and then doing the false cut. I'm trying to do the movement like this. In the action of squaring, I'm going to continue that movement to do that false cut. And this allows this technique to just blend in, so everything just looks like one thing. One of the hard things with this particular move is not overselling it. Often you'll see too much movement of the hands or the elbows. Like most moves, actually, you want to keep your elbows in. Lots of moves, people start bringing their arms out, doesn't look good. So you want to make sure that you don't over simulate. And again, as I said elsewhere here, all of this is happening in the hands and the wrists. It's not happening in the arms and the shoulders. It's in the hands and the wrists. Just look at the standard swing cut. Do a simple swing cut in the hands, and you just try and simulate that same action. And if you can get that action looking right, it will look like a cut. It's an impressionistic move. You're creating the impression of a cut. as opposed to doing some other sneaky business. It's an impressionistic move. It's a simulation, it's mime, where you are miming the general kind of aesthetic of a cut to some extent, the general movement, and creating that idea. So this false swing cut, like I said, I first published in the Shift many years ago with all these little details in there to make that look real. I think I also talked about doing a multiple version. It's a bit trickier to do the multiple version because you have to switch the fingers around so much, but with the multiple swing cuts, it really looks like you're doing multiple versions of that. But you know, you're not, nothing is changing, everything is staying in place. Now, that's the false swing cut. What about this kind of Hindu style cut? This I really like. It's got a really nice feel to it. If you look on that side camera, you can really see those cards will apparently be cut. Even here on the front here, this really just feels like those cards are cut. And again, you could just do this at the end of any shuffle. You've maintained the kind of top or bottom, in this case the top. At the end of that, you can tap them, give them a cut, spread them if you want, or hand them to someone else, and you still maintain control. The ability to flow between the stock control and the false cut will aid the deceptiveness. I'll show you what I'm doing here. If I have this up at the fingertips like this, all that's happening is I'm taking the top. In fact, let's look at this on the overhead. If I'm taking the top portion off and putting it back. That's what it is, taking it off and putting it back. But we're going to simulate what it looks like with a real Hindu cut. So if I do a real Hindu cut now, I'm going to lose this ace. So if we do this, we do this. Now what happens when we do the real version? You're taking some out from the bottom, then the packet drops and you put this on top. So you take this bottom portion out like that, or you take the top portion off and it kind of drops. So this is the same thing you want happening in the fake version. In the fake version, you're going to move the top section back instead of the bottom. I'm going to allow it to flick off like this. So look at that on the overhead, you can definitely see. And then flicking off, this is similar to John Cornelius's Calcutta cut, but it's basically going to create that impression of this coming off forward, and then it drops in the hand, and this one comes from underneath. Now often when I do this, I also kind of come around the side a bit. I just like that kind of impression of it coming around the side. But if we do put those things together, we're miming the action of that cut. It really feels like a cut. Now, if you do this in conversation, while you're shuffling, you're looking around, you do this, you put this down, it's basically impossible to sense that that was a false cut. It's basically impossible. You know, these are over very quickly and they feel like what they should. You want to get that slapping sound as well, right, with the cut. That's what makes it really kind of also sell itself. So when you slap down on top, try and hit that flush and you get that sound of that cut happening like this. Again, not too much simulation. You've got to get kind of just right. And you're actually trying to lessen it. If you get all the details right, drop, and in here, you don't need too much motion or motion. You certainly don't need any motion. You just want mainly not too much motion. So as I move forward like this, if you notice, look, everything's in the wrists. I'm just moving out like this. I'm not having to move my arm forward like this. If I'm moving my arm, like it's such a big movement, you want to keep it all in the wrists. As a result, it just makes that illusion that much nicer. It really feels like a cut. And like I said, often I'll tag this on the end of some other stock control. Now when I execute that move, it looks right. It just looks like what it is. It doesn't look like anything's happening, just shuffling and cutting. So the in the hands false swing cut and this kind of false Hindu cut, really. You know, these are beautiful cuts. There are many types of false cuts. In my opinion, these are two of the best because they can just happen almost instantaneously. They've got slightly different feels and vibes to them, but you know, it just feels like exactly what it is. It just feels like a cut. And if you put the time into simulating them, you'll get something very, very special that feels great. And again, most of the time you're not performing this. You actually want this to go under the radar. You want someone to just know it happened, know the cards are shuffled, and know it's been cut. You're not trying to perform your false cut. You're not trying to demonstrate it and really prove it to them. If you do that, someone's going to question it. You don't want that. You just want this to almost go under the radar. That's why most of the time I try to do this conversationally. I'll shuffle these up. You know, let's say you take them for me. It feels like nothing's happened yet. That's where the true deceptiveness of these types of moves lies. is in that type of attitude towards them, but you really want to start looking at the real cut. You know, so here, real swing cut, here, a real Hindu cut, a real swing cut, a real Hindu cut, a false swing cut, a false Hindu cut. They basically look the same. Now, if you spend a lot of time, you can get closer and closer and closer to it looking real. The reality is it doesn't actually need to look 100% like the real thing, because they actually don't really know what the real thing looks like, you know, if you know what I mean. So you just have to basically get it looking impressionistically like it really is a cut. If you get that looking right, you can have something that will just flow onto the end of anything else. And the point is, there's lots of cuts, but these work in the hands. They can be done surrounded. The Hindu cut has a slight problem with the side angle, okay? Because with the side, you can see here on the front camera, it's less deceptive. And that's the reason why when I do it, I tend to twist and come around the side, because I feel if I do that, it creates more of a visual discrepancy than just coming out forward and doing it like this. So that's why I tend to twist. If you see it here, you get this nice twisting action, really feels like a cut from the front and really feels like a cut from the side. Right? This one feels like a cut from all sides, okay, like this. So these are just really nice things that you can tag on to the end of a stock control, of a single card, or of a lot of them. Whoa, lovely. False cuts. Both of them will work superbly well, and you can use them in any of the material that we have on here. Now, I'm going to share with you a sneaky technique of mine called the Double Thundercut. That's right, it's a pretentious name for a simple move. And basically what the move looks like is this. Looks like a triple cut, really. And nothing's really happened. Well, one thing's happened. I've transferred the ace of spades from the top to the bottom, and everything else has remained intact. This is really a way of doing a double undercut. A double undercut is a move where you basically have a break under the top card, and you cut half the cards around to the top and then the other half around again. And in doing so, you transfer it down here. I never really liked that move. There are some times, some routines where you want to take a top card to the bottom. We have that used here in the family, and so I wanted to share this technique. It's a very, very simple technique in a way, but it uses the previous false swing cut as part of that technique. I'll show you what's happening here. Very, very simply, you're going to have this ace on top, and I'm going to basically put the deck deep into the thumb crotch. So that's right. It's going to go right in here. You can see it in here. And I'm basically going to take out the whole deck, and with friction from this thumb, pull that top card off like that into the left hand. So this gets pulled off like this. And effectively you see, well, not effectively, you do. You'll see a card move. It's only one. And then as I come back, I'm going to execute that false swing cut, which doesn't do anything, but it just means that you have transferred one card from the top of the deck down to the bottom in the action of apparently just giving the card some cuts like this, and you very conveniently got it down there without disturbing anything else. And there are some times where you want to do that. Now obviously you could sometimes, if you need that card on the bottom, you could just shuffle it to the bottom, knowing you now have it there. And in which case you don't need the Double Thundercut. But if you do need to keep other cards intact, for example, you may have a stock of 4 aces on top. Let me just set that up, why not? So you may have 4 aces. It may well be that we're using that idea somewhere in here. So let's have a look. Somewhere in the Unreal project. So we have this on top of the other aces. And if you just wanted to get that single card to the bottom, that becomes an annoying move. Enter the Double Thundercut. Now you still have those 3 aces on top, and you have this one on bottom. So again, I'll run through that with you again. In fact, I'll leave all of the aces on top like this so you can see what's happening like this. It goes deep into the thumb crotch. It gets pulled off like this. And then as I come back, I'm going to execute that false swing cut that we talked about before. These stay there. This is now there. This is a really practical move for something that's rather annoying. I think that the double undercut. There are other uses of the double undercut which are okay, but sometimes when I need to transfer a top card to the bottom, which can happen in routines, I always did find that it was an annoying moment, an annoying maneuver to get a break under a card, then transfer it around. So this just was a very fluid way of doing it really quickly in a very casual way, and all it looks like you were just mixing the cards for a second, and yet you have perfect control. You now have this to the bottom, and if you want to, you can control those ones on top. So that's all that is. That is the Double Thundercut. A simple way of executing a combination of a false cut and a transfer of the top card to the bottom in what appears to just be a triple cut action. It's a nice little move. So now I'm going to show you a technique which we haven't really used that much throughout this project, but nevertheless I think it's an important technique to really have in your arsenal, and that is the ability to false shuffle. That is to shuffle and cut the cards without really shuffling anything at all. So as you can see here, all of these, the whole deck, is in new deck order all the way through down to all of those lovely diamonds. Now this means not a single card has changed position while apparently shuffling the cards. If we look at this from the side camera, you'll be able to see the same thing here. This really does look like those cards are mixing, but in reality nothing is changing whatsoever. There are different ways to handle this. I first published this in Less is More. I call it the real optical shuffle. It's basically the optical shuffle on steroids, really, to some extent, simpler in a way, but just a different way of approaching what this is. What I'm really doing here is improvising around a very simple structure. So what's happening if we look from above here, I'm going to pull off some cards there, and then they're going to kick over like that, and I'm going to drop some from the face, and I only ever drop there, and then I knock it back, and I fake. I drop behind, and I fake. Drop behind, and I fake, okay? Until I eventually drop there, put back, and therefore this keeps the whole deck in order, okay? Now, there are different ways to break this up and basically create this idea of a shuffle, which I'll talk about. Now, if we look at this, I'll slow this down. We see this from the side camera angle here. So I pull these off here and I drop some here. At this point in time, if you think about it, you've seen two drops and yet nothing has actually happened yet, okay? So here, I knock over with my fingers. We look again actually from above. I control this action like this, kind of tennis, back and forth like this. And what's happening here is I'm taking some off here, and my fingers knock it over to the thumb, and then I drop some here, and then my thumb knocks that over, and I fake, I knock this over, that's where I drop, knock that over, and that's where I fake. I only ever drop at the back, never at the front, like this, okay? This keeps everything intact. Now, there are some things to make this a bit more deceptive, because when you first start doing it, it will look awful, it always does. There are ways to kind of make this feel a lot more deceptive. So the first thing is to think, like I've said previously, about rhythm and timing. You want to have this feeling of this really feeling natural, okay? And so one of the ways that I end up doing this is by playing with the rhythms, mixing it in with a false cut as well you can do, but I play with the rhythms of it. And so what I mean by that is I don't just drop, fake, drop, fake. I might do one or two fakes here, three maybe, right? More if, for example, someone was talking to me and looking up, I would know that this is peripheral. I'd be looking at them in the eyes, and then nothing, if we look on the side camera, is actually happening here. Now, there are ways to make this look more deceptive as a shuffle, even though nothing's happening. One of the ways is all the fake moves at the front, I make sure that I hit the cards underneath, so there's movement on them. I kind of almost trying to scrape them up as I'm doing it. Also, my thumb is moving down at the same time, and this creates this impression of those cards being mixed and shuffled. It's the same thing, Benjamin, even though nothing's happening. So I'm going to fake on that front drop in that position there. What did I do there? I did something wrong there. What did I do? I don't know what I did. Did I do something wrong? Oh no, I dropped them in the wrong position. That's fine. So I'm going to pull down like this, take these off here. I throw it on this position, and when I come over to the front here, I'm going to fake and I'm going to hit them so they move. These ones underneath are moving. And it's light. I've got a death grip on these cards on top so nothing can actually come out. And my thumb lightly, it almost barely even touches. You can probably see this from above or the front camera, barely touches anything. It's just timed. So it feels like a shuffling action. It's like mime, but nothing is happening here. Now, if your hands are moving and you're talking as you're doing this, it's very difficult to perceive that those aren't shuffling. Okay? And the front and back action means that some are going to the back like this, some at the front. I'll mix this up. I'll do a couple, drop some, one, drop some, then do another couple. So I don't really actually know what my hands are doing. I don't know how many times I'm going to go front or back. I'm just kind of playing with the rhythm of it. The other thing you could do is break it up in the hands. So as you're doing that shuffle, you might stop and say something to someone. So now you've got two portions in different hands. Come back, look down, look up, do a couple of shuffles back and forth like this as you're doing it. End with that cut. This really feels like a shuffle, although nothing has happened, okay? These are all still in perfect numerical order all the way through. So this is what I call the real optical shuffle. And like I said, the optical shuffle idea is a really beautiful idea. I think it was first published in the Modern Conjurer in around 1902. So this is a very old idea, but it can be kind of taken to different heights just by kind of playing with the rhythms of it and making it a lot softer. So instead of just doing kind of one sequence, is that right? Why do that? Actually did it. Actually shuffled. Instead of doing one sequence of just this here like this, which is still perfectly fine, I just love this front and back, looking up, looking down, kind of doing some like this, talking a bit to someone, moving with the rhythm. So you've got these in different positions in the hands, and then eventually just ending that with a shuffle and keeping it all intact. This is really useful as a technique. You might not always use it or need it. You might not do a routine that requires a full deck setup, but sometimes you might have a reason to do so. Sometimes it might be easier to do a full deck false shuffle, which effectively protects the entire deck order, even though you only need to, say, protect half of the cards, whatever setup it is. Or you might have a red-black order and you just want to use it to protect that. There's many reasons why, but this action of this front and back, drop at the front, fake it, drop at the back, fake at the front, drop at the back, fake at the front, drop at the back, fake at the front. And when you drop at the back, you just drop as clean as you can, really, and you keep this. I mean, look, also you have this different, at this point here, you've got front and back like this, they're moving, you've got the cards up here. It's very, very, very difficult to see that anything has moved or not moved. In fact, I have actually moved something. What did I do then? I did that again. This is what happens. I kind of lose my own rhythms when doing it. It's fine. So you have this kind of front and back action, this chopping action like this, and moving this up and down. You're creating this, I mean, even though you know what's happening, if you stare on the side camera at that card, you can see that's not shuffling. But if you're moving from the front, for example, from this front camera, that is really difficult to tell that nothing is actually happening here. That's really difficult to see, you know, especially if you start moving these things together like this, okay? So this is the real optical shuffle, and it's a shuffle that, like I said, I published in Less is More many years ago. Basically, most credit has to go to the original optical shuffle for this. And there were some front and back shuffles in the gambling world where you just kind of went to the back, down, back, and forward. But to me, I wanted to kind of break with the rhythms, use the optical shuffle a lot at the beginning, and just play with that pausing and that opening of the shuffle, because often you'll find that really when you do a shuffle, you end up just like talking to someone a little bit and doing a couple of slow ones, front and back, slow like this, you might end like this. And I actually want a shuffle that's improvised almost, improvised around a very, very simple structure. I guarantee you when you start doing it, it will look terrible in your hands. Not only literally look terrible because you've just started doing it, but this shuffle will never really look good to you. Even to me, when I do it for myself, it doesn't really feel right. You know, it never will. It looks far better to someone else watching it. It's almost like contact juggling. Contact juggling looks brilliant to anyone looking at it. So someone actually doing contact juggling, like I do, it doesn't feel as nice as it looks to someone else. And it's like a lot of moves, especially impressionistic moves like false cuts and stuff like that. They don't feel as deceptive as they actually look to other people. So you have to have a bit of faith that it's actually going to start to look good. You know you're not shuffling, like you're just miming. But trust me, over time, this will feel great. And with the attitude that you have, that you're apparently shuffling the cards, this will be very, very deceptive. Now, you don't have to, like I said, use it to shuffle an entire deck. If you think about it, that optical procedure, or this kind of technique, can be used very, very effectively just for controlling a portion on top, if that's what you wanted to do. So if you just didn't have this full deck setup that we have here, you know, these are all in order, but if we didn't have this, and these were just messed up, and I was only controlling these few cards on the top, you can still use this same procedure, just never shuffle anything on the top there. Just kind of do this a few times, do some shuffles, whatever, and you would still have that ace to four in that position. Okay, so this is a really, really nice, soft, casual false shuffle in the hands that doesn't require any riffling or anything else, can be used pretty much surrounded, looks absolutely convincing to anyone watching it, and yet will not mix up the order at all. It's the real optical shuffle. It's a good one. Oh, well, here we are. I'm going to be teaching you one of my favorite techniques of all time. Part of my secret sauce, one of the techniques that I love more than any other. And that would be the top palm. That's right, to secretly steal a card from the deck without them knowing, and then you can do things with it. And boy, oh boy, can you do a lot with it. It's one of the moves that I have used probably more than any other. This is, actually, there's another one coming up that's like that, which you'll see in a minute, another move. But this particular move, the top palm, the two-handed top palm, is just so versatile. Don't be scared of palming. It's going to seem scary, but don't be. It is just one of those, like when I got into palming, when I first got into it, I thought I couldn't do it because I thought my hands weren't big enough. And then I thought, well, you know, but people are going to see it. And also you feel dirty when you palm. You feel everyone in the world can see you doing it. If you follow what I'm about to say and you use them in the right way, palms are just devastating. You can just do things that you can't do with other moves. You can make a card move from one place to another. And in that movement, it can mean many things. It can be used as a prediction. It means that, you know, it was already there before something began. It can be used to affect a transposition. It can be used as a control. One of the best controls on earth, if not the best control, in my opinion, involves using a palm in this way. So first of all, I'm going to teach you how I approach the top palm and what I think about it. And yeah, I just, oh God, I love it so much. It's so good. I don't know what to do without it. I really don't. I just wouldn't do any of this stuff anymore if I couldn't do palms anymore. So anyway, so here goes. Now, the basic idea is that you are going to steal the card secretly into your hand. Now, to do that, you have to have a reason for doing it. Your hands have to come together for some reason. So often, if, for example, I need to square the cards, there has to be some reason. That could happen at the end of a shuffle. My hands can come together and I can square these cards up at my fingertips, and in doing so, I can steal this card out. If I just am sitting like this and I suddenly come over and then I come away, that's going to be very, very obvious. I need to have a reason for the hands to come together. So either spread and I square up like this. There's a reason for the hands coming together as you do this. Or, for example, it might be that the cards are dribbled and they're then squared up at the fingertips. You may have done a peek or something, or a Mahatma Shuffle. We talked about this earlier on. If we had a card selected, in this case, the 9 of hearts, this goes into the deck, the Mahatma Shuffle takes place, and naturally square up, I might put the cards down, hand it to someone else, and in that action, I now have controlled that selection to the top and palmed it off. Now, how are we doing it? How are we actually getting it in? Well, we'll start with that first, we may as well. Now, often this technique is known as Vernon's topping the deck, where in actual fact, you can read this effectively word for word in Erdnase, in the ledger domain section, there's a small chapter, or small little paragraph, in fact, on palming, where this move is described perfectly. And really what's said in there is you push this over the side like this, and if you're gripping the cards from above, so imagine you come over in that biddle grip we talked about earlier on. We have that biddle grip position. If I, for example, now, I don't want this finger in on the side here yet, I just want this on top. If, as I do that, I push to the side, because my ring finger, or actually not my ring finger, my second finger is about middle, if I push over, it angles the card over. It's not pushing perfectly sideways, because there's pressure on this point here. It acts like a fulcrum and it angles over. Same as if you just put your finger there and pushed, it would angle, okay? So it's not this finger though, it's this finger. So as I come over like this, I push sideways. And as a result, it basically lines up and my little finger is over this corner, okay? Now what's going to happen is I'm going to continue to push down on that corner, and it's going to cause the rest of the, you can see this on the side angle, the rest of the card there to start popping up. And it's going to, you'll feel the pressure underneath the thumb as it wants to now go up into the hand. But if I just kind of used my hand to do that at this moment, it wouldn't be very deceptive at all. So what's going to happen is, as I'm in that position, I'm just starting to push on there. It hasn't started popping up yet. But as it does, I'm going to start raising the deck to my fingertips. Now, if I do that, this merely looks like the hand has come over and I've picked the cards up at my fingertips and it's in. You can see that from the front camera. This really looks like the hand is coming over to the deck and I'm just picking it up to the fingertips, and yet I now have this in palm. Now, I'll also talk about the palm position here. The palm position, you don't want it over the ends like this, because then you have Lego hands. And Lego hands don't look natural, even though you can grip many wrenches and other things like that, and plants and leaves and other things that exist in the worlds of Lego. You don't want that. You want a different type of pressure. You want diagonal pressure from corner to corner. So this diagonal pressure, I'm going to palm with the ace, it just looks better. I need to palm with the ace. So let's palm with that. If I palm here like this, that diagonal pressure, so it's on the fingertip here, and then it's going into the base of the thumb. This allows these three fingers to be very flexible, and it allows much more fluidity in the hand, okay? And I'll get onto ways of using this in a second, but basically this corner to corner position allows much more flexibility in the hand rather than gripping over the end, and you get, like I said, Lego hands. You don't want that, okay? Unless you're in the Lego world and you're a Lego man, then maybe that's a natural way for a Lego man to palm. But we're not made of Lego. No, no, no. So we're going to palm corner to corner like this. And this is going to allow a much more flexible hand. And it's going to allow just softness to creep into the hand and the wrist and the arm. So this is the first thing. When you are palming, if you put the card into that position, you see this on the overhead, just put it into that position and it should just, you find somewhere slightly different for everyone, but it's somewhere on that fingertip and the base of the thumb somewhere here. You should be able to have this position. This is the same position in the left hand. If you were left hand palming, it's exactly the same. You're going to have this position here like this, okay? So that's the position it's going to go into. Now we get into that from the top of the deck here by, like I said, I come over like this and I just hit that, push it over, it angles. I start pushing down on that corner, which in the position that's going to go into. And as I do, I start raising the deck up to the fingertips and I can square like this, okay? Now it's in palm and I feel happy when there is a card in my palm. So, and in this position here, my first finger starts curling in like that. You can see that there, you can see that on the overhead. And when I first come in to do the palm, I come in with the finger straight. And then as I raise up to the fingertips, I can curl that finger in. This creates the illusion that the hand is empty as well. And it really feels like there is nothing in the hand there, even though you have this tucked away secretly, okay? So this is the basic idea. It's just a two-handed top palm. I don't like the one-handed top palm, which is done just by pushing on that corner to get that over. These are sticky. Pushing on that corner and getting that up into the palm. I don't like it. There are ways to use it, but to me, I've been in every environment you can imagine palming, and the two-handed top palm is always the one that I use, just because I feel it's just that much cleaner and smoother. So we come over, we push, we move it up like this, and we have this in palm. This will take some time. This will take some practice, but trust me, This is worth every nanosecond that you invest in it because it is so versatile. It is so versatile, and there is so many things that you can do with it. You can do miracles with a single palm. You will see in this project that that's the case. A single palm alone is going to allow you to do absolute miracles that you really can't do any other way. So when I first started practicing this, I just thought it was impossible. Hiding it in the hand, it feels really cramped. Your whole arm is cramped. You feel the world can see it. You feel they see it go in. There's no way of hiding it. I get it. I get it. I'm glad I'm not there anymore, but I was there, and I just worked my way through it until I no longer felt that way. It's what everyone feels when you do palming. It's very, very scary, but it shouldn't be. And I'm going to kind of give you some ways to think about it that will alleviate that anxiety. So one of the things is this. If, for example, when you're coming over to palm the cards, you always have to lift up at the fingertips, or you have to do this, or let's imagine we start with that, you need some reason for the hands coming together in the first place. So if you were to dribble the cards and we square them up, and then I just turn them around and put them down on the table, it made sense that I was coming together, or the hands were coming together, A, to square up the cards, and because I was going to put them down on the table, right? So you're kind of always trying to blend a palm into a natural move. You can also pick the cards up at the fingertips in order to cut them onto the table, okay? And if we see here from the side angle, you'll see I'm coming over, going into the palm, and using that to cut the cards down onto the table. You can also come over in order to dribble them, okay? So in this case, I've raised them up to the fingertips in order to just dribble them in the hands. There's many reasons why your hands might come together in a routine in order to do that, but you need something. You can't just be standing there, come over the deck, palm, and then come away, okay? There has to be a reason. Another great way of doing this, which is one that I use all the time, which is to come over to the deck, raise the fingertips, and leave the deck in the hand as you talk for a second, and then you place it back in this hand. So it just feels like a very nonchalant, almost absent-minded way that your hands you may be talking, the hands come together, you talk like this for a second, you may put them back and you gesture out here. And this gesture, by the way, is something I use a lot, and it's just that they have fingers straighten for a nanosecond and come back. And again, we have still everything in palm. This way of thinking about the palm, of having a natural justification for the hands coming together, a natural reason for them coming together in order to hide this, is what's going to really, really help make that absolutely invisible. If you get the position of the palm right initially, you get the ability to go in from the top of the deck. And again, like everything I've said before, this is a lot of lightness. It's extremely light. There's very little tension anywhere in the left hand, in the right hand, in the pushing. Any part of this is extremely light. In fact, it doesn't really feel like I palm the card. It actually feels like the card palms me. It feels like it jumps into my palm, and that's where it's trying to nestle and hide from the rest of the world. That's how it feels. So it just really feels like a very, very light, simple thing. Now, the thing is with palming like this, you really want to also figure out how to develop a natural hand. That's really what you want to try and do. Not just a natural hand, in fact, a natural body. You can try all you like to develop a natural hand, but if your whole body is very rigid and you're just darting a hand somewhere else, everything is signaling that something is going on, and you don't want to have that. So as soon as you palm like this, you'll notice even here, I'm sitting here, my hands are coming together. My hands could fold. I could put my hands here if I wanted to. I could do a beard stroke, as I often do. I might bring them, just do this, gesture at someone, ask them, yeah, sure, you can shuffle if you want, do whatever. I can take these back, pick these up, and I can still keep this in palm, okay? Really kind of getting used to the card being in your hand is key. So a great way of practicing the palm is to put it in your hand and walk around with it all day. I mean it. You'll spend the first few minutes being aware you're palming, just being very impressed with yourself. And then after a while, you'll get bored of trying to impress yourself and you'll switch off. And you just try to get used to holding it. You're not even trying to do it deceptively, just hold it in your hand. What you're really trying to do is remove the general body alert that happens when you have a card in your hand. When you have a card in your hand, it feels like such a random and weird thing that your whole body goes, quickly dive that hand into a pocket or hide your entire arm because someone's going to catch you. And as a result of that feeling, you will signal that to people. Whereas if you walk around with this in your hand all day, at home, right, don't worry, not out in public, but you just get used to what that feeling is like. And as a result, what you're doing is you're conditioning the fact that it's okay to have it there. So that's really what you want to do. The reason that you walk around with a card in your palm all day isn't really actually to develop a more natural hand. It's to develop a more natural body. It's to figure out a way to not scream to high heaven and signal to the world that you're palming. What you're actually doing is you're developing the ability to fully relax, whether you need to relax back, relax in, talk, gesture, your hand movements, your eye movements, how you're talking with someone. You don't need to do anything other than be how you are naturally, and yet you can still palm, add on, do whatever it is you want. That's really the art of palming. The art of palming, to me, is actually the art of holding out. That's what it is. Getting it into the palm is just this little superficial bit at the beginning. To me, palming is everything now. This is palming. This is really the art of palming, is holding out the card. And this is where the real value in it is. So getting it into the palm is the first thing to practice. Holding it there is one thing, but really just get used to holding that card out. You can do so much with it, so much with it. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do with palming. I do love it a lot. It's a gorgeous move. So yes, like I said, there's a couple more things I want to talk about with this. I've palmed this so much now, it's getting very bowed and bent in the hand, but that's fine. So first of all, I've talked about this idea of coming over and raising it to the fingertips, right? Or we could kind of cut them in the hands, or we could dribble them, right? There are even ways of doing this where you move into an overhand shuffle, okay? And you have it here. You'll discover that once you have the card in palm, you can move into many positions and do many things and still hold out very, very naturally. But there's another thing that I like to do, which is often I'll just kind of talk to someone like this or whatever it is, and I'm palming here. And what happened here was I actually thought I invented this form of palming. Well, I did to myself. I came up with it and started using it only to discover that this was effectively, again, in Erdnase, written in 1902 in the Expert at the Card Table by S.W. Erdnase. 1902, this was written in there, and it wasn't in the palming section with a specific move. Again, it was in the legerdemain section in a paragraph where he talks about gesturing. And what I realized was that I didn't have to come over the deck like this and have a natural reason. I realized that my hand could glide past, do the palm, and then continue the movement forward. So this means you could say, sure, would you give the cards a shuffle, any shuffle you like? Okay, and you still have that in palm. Now what's happening here is exactly the same move. I'm coming over, and just at the moment where I'd raise to the fingertips, I instead just carry the movement of the hand forward. Okay, or you could like adjust something as you do the move, but you basically allow the hands to flow past each other. They do come together, but you kind of create the impression that they don't, especially if you move. If I do this as I move this way and talk to someone, you can't really tell that I kind of came over the deck for a second. It's so brief as I say, yeah, sure, give these a mix or whatever it is, or whatever routine it is I'm doing. But the exact move is there. I'm pushing over, it's going into that position, and then it's kind of, I'm pushing down on that corner, it's getting past that thumb, and it's going up. Now I'm continuing the movement forward, or like I said, I could move it up to my fingertips and do something else with it. There's many, many things that you can do. Like that, this gesticulative action is very, very good. Raising to the fingertips is very, very good. All these types of things, turning the deck over in the hand, you know, or changing the orientation of the deck is good. You can see this from above. I'm going to do this. I move it round to the side in order to put the deck down. That was the reason for the hands coming together in order to put the deck down. But like I said, a lot of the time, most of the time I palm just as I'm talking to someone. And I'm trying to find a favorable moment. I'm not just trying to palm in front of them just for the sake of it. I'm also trying to find a favorable moment. Do it as expertly as I possibly can with the right justifications, the right moves, the right softness, but also find the most favorable moment for me. Now, once you've kind of played with this move and you've pushed it over, and it really is that simple, right? There really isn't much more to it apart from that. It goes over the side and it angles like this, and you push on that corner and it goes up into the hand. Everything else is about little bits of softness and relaxation. The rest of it is all coming from the rest of you and your body. Your ability to do it without tension, softness in the arms and the hands, and lots of kind of ways of holding out. You can even spread the cards. You can see this in the overhead and the side camera. You can pretty much can't see that palm whatsoever. In fact, any of the cameras right now, you can't see that palm, and yet it's hidden inside here. It's being covered by these. You can do this right in front of someone and they can't see that palm. So figuring out ways to palm and hide the cards in the hand, either by a shuffle, spreading them in the hands, cutting to the table, handing them to someone else, And now you're palming. So now you're going to work out how to relax. Do you fold your hands? Do you drop one hand down to the knee? Do you cross your arms like this? You just kind of stroke your beard for a second, but not everyone has a beard, Ben. Maybe you adjust your glasses for a moment. You can gesture. The key is to not overdo any of them. Otherwise, you just all of a sudden look quite strange. The key is to actually forget you have it there. And that's really the true art of palming, is to forget it even exists. Truly, it's hard to do when you start, but you forget it exists. And now I might bring my hands together like this and just rub my hands together. I often do that. I bring the hands together a lot, or I come back to this position. Now, when I come back to this position, I try to touch my thumb to my second finger. This curls the hand, which looks more natural than the hand being out flat. When I gesture, I open for a second and then I come back to here. So this means that I can say, yeah, sure, you can give them any mix you want. It's absolutely fine. Wow, that's really good. It's really good. Okay, I'm worried now. All right, okay, great. Let's have those then. Boom, and I can take them back, okay? Now, all of that, I'm sorry I had to talk to invisible people there for a second, but all of that is me just trying to switch off from the fact that I have a card in my palm. That really is the major art of palming. If you had to look at getting it into palm versus holding out, what's more important? I would say holding out's more important, because there's more opportunities to get a card into palm clumsily. Right? There's far more opportunities to do that than you'd imagine. If you do all the other things that I've been talking about, you can afford to have space where you could clumsily get that in. But afterwards, to hold out, you now need to be natural. This is what will really, truly switch them off. This is where they won't sense that you have anything about your person. They just won't feel it, okay? And this is why palming is so good, because it's really a secret art form where, the move continues. Most moves are over in a flash. You execute a pass or a shuffle, whatever it is, and the move's over. What's very tricky about palming is that once you execute and start, you're now continually palming. So there's this long period of time where you're doing a move where you could get caught. And that's why I find it so interesting, because it's a whole body move. It's all of your being, your talking, your body, it's the environment, it's everything. This is why I love it so much. And I then have to also get it back onto the deck or do something else with it, either go into a pocket, load it, do whatever it is. Palming. There's a lot to kind of deal with. It's very, very simple in a way. But I'm telling you now, once you really start doing it, you can feel where your angles are. You can feel what you need to do. And it becomes like some kind of weird samurai stuff where you start developing this kind of extra sense of when to do a move and how to time it. And you can improvise your way through it. It's a beautiful thing. The two-handed top palm, I'm telling you now, is worth your investment, every second of it. You'll notice in the effects that we're doing on Unreal, I use palming a lot. And in those, you'll see me explaining how I'm timing it in those particular sequences or whatever it is. It's a great move, the palm. Put the time into it, you won't regret it. Okay, so you're about to learn the hardest technique on Unreal Card Magic for sure. This is a very difficult technique. I'm glad that I don't have to learn it because I've already learnt it. This is a very simple technique in a way. It's direct, it's not easy. Simple, but not easy. This is the one-handed bottom palm. In that case, I palmed 2 cards. If I wanted to palm 1 card, then I would just palm 1 card. This is a way to do a palm in the left hand, one-handed. Now, I don't use this nearly as frequently as I do the two-handed top palm. I use that all the time. But this particular bottom palm is extremely sneaky and extremely advanced, and is one that is very useful. And we do actually use it in an effect on here, on Unreal. So I'm going to teach this to you now. This starts with a break on the card or cards. In fact, I may as well do this with 3 cards, for example. So I have a break on those cards, and this is in like a standard kind of mechanics grip position. And what's going to happen is I'm basically going to move I'm basically going to grip the deck between the thumb and the second finger. It's in a mechanics grip position, but the grip is biased here so that my little finger isn't really forming a part of this. And I'm going to try and almost like open the deck forward as my little finger moves diagonally back this way. If we look at this palm technique happening, it looks like this. And I've now palmed those 3 bottom cards into my left hand. Now this is very good. If I just pull down and get a break on one card, I can do that. It's also a very useful technique, by the way, generally, just to be able to pull a card off the bottom if you want. It's very, very useful. But in doing so, I'm now going to basically move this backwards like this into the hand. Now, I'll talk about a couple of things with this technique. There were some palms. There's Larry Jennings had one, Paul Curry, an Hysteric. There were a few people that had one-handed bottom palms. The thing I didn't like about most of them is I felt they were either too much finger movement, too much stuff going on, or you had to have the deck in a very specific position to do the move. What I like about this technique is that the cards can be in any position in my hand. In mechanics grip or anything really, they're just in any position. It means that they could be slightly higher, lower, side, because the deck isn't really what's going to affect the position of the cards in the palm. If you look at this from above, you'll notice they move out here and then the cards move into the right position. This means that if the deck is a bit high as I pick the cards up and I get the break, I can execute the move no problem. If the deck, for example, if I've got a break and the deck's a bit low in the hand, I can still execute the palm, because what's happening is the cards are moving around into the right position, okay? So I'll show this to you again. This is a complicated technique. This is difficult to do, but you know, not all things are very easy. This is simple though, it's direct. You just palm the bottom card. It's very, very simple, but not easy. So we have this here, and you see this on the side camera. I have a break on a few cards. I'm going to start moving it over. And then what happens is, because you'll notice there's tension here, it can't get past. You have to get this corner on the bottom of the deck past this second finger as well. So you'll notice, look, I'm going to move it. It's got to get past that second finger. And then I'm going to open up the base of the thumb here. You can see this on the overhead probably. Open up the base of the thumb and move that into the right position. And then everything comes back around and I palm those cards, okay? Now, there is an ability, a potential that you might flash if you were right in front of someone here, that you might see this happen. So often I'll do this, I angle my hand sideways. So by angling it, you see this on the front here, by angling it sideways, now you can't really see anything happening, and yet we now have those in palm. That's about 6 cards there in palm. So subtly angling the hand down, which is, by the way, where the wrist wants to be anyway. It doesn't want to be up here. You have to turn the wrist around to be up there. It wants to be in a more relaxed position. The other way I do this is down by my side. So when my hand is down by my side, I execute the move, right? It'll be down here. And again, I get those into palm. So this is very deceptive because the hand can just drop to the side. You can palm, and as you bring the cards up and hand them to someone, then you have them in position. This is not an easy technique to learn. It will take time. It does require practice, a lot of practice, and it is very knacky. But once you get the knack, you'll have something very special. So like I said, I'm going to go through this very slowly again. Break, grip position here. These 3 fingers are the most important 3. I'm going to try and force this finger backwards like this, as I kind of allow these 3 fingers to allow the deck to subtly fall forward, even though I've got control of it, in order to allow this top right-hand corner of the cards that I've got the break on to get past this second finger. And they kind of click past that second finger. And once they do, I can then open up the base of the thumb here just enough to carry on pushing this corner into the right position that I need. I can then squeeze. And once I squeeze, now I'm going to allow these fingers to open, and my little finger comes all the way around and I grab that corner and then I pull that into the palm. Okay, and now they're in that perfect palm position in the hand. Okay, so you can see that in slow motion from the side, really. Here, click round, open, I come forward and I grab that card like that. And if we do this from above, you see like that, move around, squeeze, I come forward and I grab that card like that. And once you have this down, so here I often will have this up at the fingertips. I have a break on the cards that I'm going to palm, like this. I drop it into the hand, I execute the move as I put the deck down, and then I have those in palm. It's a very, very quick move. Again, done if you're standing and moving around and you show the back of the hand to someone as you pass this over. This is also a great way of doing it because you've got so much movement from one side to the other. So as I move to this side here, I can execute the palm, ask someone a question and hand it off to them. If my hand is down by my side, I can execute the move. And if I am doing it right in front of someone, I'll just angle my hand in and basically it all gets covered by the thumb here. So as I'm coming around and palming, it's all covered and now locked inside. So this is the one-handed bottom palm, left hand bottom palm. This is not easy. It really isn't easy. It will take time to acquire it. It's also not essential in the sense of, you know, could you come and do a two-handed bottom palm like this? Yes, and there are ways to do that. And the two-handed bottom palm is very much simpler. You just bring the hands together like this, and you kind of basically still move that finger backwards, but you're basically holding in the right hand in a biddle grip all the cards above, and you're just moving that around into a palm position underneath, as the hands often is kind of moved forward like this. So we see that on the side camera here, like this. I just move the hand forward like that, and in doing so, I've kind of got those all in palm. The two-handed bottom palm is something that you can use. It's not a problem. It's a very, very good technique. I just wanted to teach you guys the one-handed version because it's extra sneaky. Extra sneaky. It just doesn't really feel like a palm is taking place, and yet you can have that in, okay? So, palming. Tricky to do, very, very valuable. And like I said, with the top palm, one of the big things with doing any palm is learning to hold out afterwards. So afterwards, you still want to make sure that you can gesture and talk and relax, do whatever it is you would normally be doing before eventually utilizing it for something. But the big thing is holding out and being relaxed in that action. Now, I'm going to talk about another thing in a second, another technique, which is going to allow this left hand and right hand palming to talk to each other. So a way to basically utilize either the left hand palm or the right hand palm in different ways, okay? So I think though that there's a lot to think about with these two techniques, but they are so good. If you can palm in your left hand and your right hand, that's very, very, very useful. It's funny because a lot of people like to do a two-handed bottom palm and a one-handed top palm. And I prefer the absolute opposite way around. I think the two-handed top palm is just so nice and natural, and I think the one-handed bottom palm is extremely natural, although it's very, very tough and tricky. I just prefer that orientation or that way of approaching palming. But it's something that if you put time into, you can do miracles with. And if you've got the ability to move from left hand to right hand, then yeah, you have something very special. Let me just show you this move one more time. There we go. Look, there it is. Boom. That's how fast it basically happens. Ready? There, in. Okay, do that from above, there, in. Okay? It's not the easiest move, but it's worth practicing. The one-handed bottom palm. The palm-to-palm transfer. Now, this is a lovely technique that allows you to transfer a palmed card from one hand to the other, okay? Now, I'll go through the way in which I approach this and think about this, but one of the things that I want to start with is based on what we talked about in the last thing with the one-handed bottom palm. If we look at a one-handed bottom palm, and, you know, we think, well, we can't do that. We can't get that palm. I really want that palm. Now, there's another way of thinking about this, is that you can do the same thing in a weird way by top palming in the right hand here and transferring to the left hand. Now I have the card that I want in my left palm. The same is said for the left hand. If you've got a left-handed palm and you transfer to the right hand, It's the same as doing a palm with the other hand. So the palm to palm transfer allows you to move between hands. And there are ways and reasons as to why you might want to do that. And we have used that in Unreal. It's not easy, but it's also not extremely hard either if you start developing the palm. So the first thing to think about is this. Have the palm position corner to corner, like this. We can see this here. We have this corner to corner position, and we're going to move this into a prayer position and basically squeeze it into the exact position in the other hand. Okay? So the thing to practice here is just the ability to do this. Is squeeze it from one hand to the other. Now, if you look at this on the overhead and you see this palm transfer, it's very hard to even see that even happen, yet you're transferring that between the hands. Now, the way I do this, I make this try and look like I'm just bringing my hands together and just kind of casually, just kind of massaging my hands for a little bit as I come around to do this move. That's really all I'm thinking about, is just kind of massaging the hands as my hands do this, and I'm transferring that between the hands, okay? I'll talk about the kind of choreography of that in a second, but it starts with this prayer position, really, of just being able to move it from one side to the next, okay? So start in this corner to corner position like this. We move to the same position on this side. So we're just kind of squeezing it across. And the way in which I'm doing that, you notice this like a kind of push with this part of my hand here, the base of the fingers. So I push it across, and then this one kind of grips in, I take it. You can see like that. That's what that looks like, okay? Now, what I'm not trying to do is prove that my hands are empty. I'm not trying to kind of over-prove anything and do anything too flourishy like this, like a hand aquament or hand. This is kind of like a hand wash, is often how this often gets talked about. But I don't really think of it like that. I don't think of it as a hand wash. I mean, it is effectively, but I just think of my hands coming together, okay? And then they just kind of, you know, stay there for a second and then I move away. I'm not trying to show that my hands are empty in any way. So this basic sequence that I do, this little thing here, I'll show you what happens if we extend it. So the hands are going to come together. Once that's in, I then move it's into my left hand. My right hand now moves around to here. Okay, and then my hands can come apart. And again, it's the same thing. I can kind of move into the prayer position, a squeeze, and then my hand moves around to here. So if we start like this, we imagine we're in the right hand. If you look on the overhead, my hands come together like this. I move around. You're basically kind of moving around to the kind of same position with the other hands, like a mirrored position. But in the middle, they kind of touch in the middle, you squeeze it across, and it moves to this hand. So here, I move, I touch, I squeeze across, and I move over, and now it's here. So this is really what this is like. I tend to kind of break it up in a number of ways. So instead of just doing it in one fluid movement like this, I don't want to do anything like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the hands together for a second. Often they come into this like this, and I just kind of rub the back of the hands together. You can see that on the overhead. I'm rubbing like the back of almost these parts of the hands together. So I come together like this. I just do this sometimes like that. And then at some stage, I'm going to move over and across, and I wait here, and then I break it up. So instead of doing it all in one fluid sequence like this, which kind of looks like a weird move might have happened in the middle of it, what I tend to do is I bring my hands together like this, I do this, I wait here, and then I split again. And this really makes it feel very natural. To do it right in front of someone, they can't really sense anything happening whatsoever, okay? Now, there's another couple things we can also talk about this regarding kind of the naturalness and softness of it. One is to kind of not be absolutely rigid and bring the hands together, do the move, and then come apart. You kind of want some general body movement. So often, as the hands come together, I might be here like this, and then as I start doing the move, I move all of my body, okay? This would be the same as if I was doing it the other way. So if I brought my hands together here, I would kind of do the move as I leant back and then separate. So now this doesn't have to be leaning in and out of a table. It could be turning to one side to the other. So you could be talking to some people here. I do the move as I turn this way and talk to these people. So I tend to kind of try and do this move with a larger move, almost like the larger move hides the smaller move. They're kind of simultaneous, and it's not necessarily that much bigger or smaller, but there's something about doing the transfer as your whole body moves, which feels natural to me. It feels like what a human being does. Like, it's almost like your hands come together and you think, right, okay, what shall I do? It's like, it feels like that's when that moment happens. So that's when I tend to think about doing the transfer. They come together like this, I kind of move in and the transfer is done. And now you're into holding out or moving or kind of gesturing, whatever it is, and yet you can transfer from one side to the other. The palm to palm transfer is extremely useful. Like I said, if you've palmed in this hand like this, and you've given the deck out to be shuffled, but you want to do something with this pocket or transfer it somewhere else, you can just do this transfer, you can relax, you can talk, and then you've now got this moved across even further away from where it was. The other thing is that sometimes you might need to do it for angles. There might be a situation where you need to, say, do a top palm or do a bottom palm for whatever reason. You want to do something on this side, but you can't because you've got a bad angle. And someone on that side would see the palm maybe, or whatever it is. It could be the opposite way around. It could be a top palm. You do a top palm, but if you're going to do a top palm, you've got someone right on this side and they might see into your hand. So in which case, let me just actually demonstrate it. So this, I want to do a top palm, but I've got someone right on this side of me and they're going to see into that hand. So in this case, I might do the double thundercut, sending it to the bottom, execute the one-handed bottom palm, or you could do it two-handed. You know, hand this out to someone or even to that person, say shuffle them up. And as you hand it to them, they've seen that hand empty. Now as I come back, I can just execute this palm transfer. They're occupied. Now they've seen this hand empty. And now I've got this in the position that I want. So the palm transfer is, to me, a really beautiful way of connecting the bottom palm and the top palm. And it's also a way of being able to deal with the practicalities of palming in the real world. Sometimes you don't have the perfect conditions. You don't have the angles that you thought you would, and you might need to kind of exchange something. And if you know that it doesn't really matter if I palm from the top or the bottom, it doesn't matter. If I need it in my left or my right hand, who cares? I look at them as the same thing. And if I've got the perfect opportunity to just do a two-handed top palm, and that's what I need, then fine. But if not, then I've now got the option to palm in a different way that covers everything, and then I can transfer it when I need it without anyone knowing that that's what's happened. Okay? So the palm transfer is a really, really beautiful thing, I think, but you don't want to show it off. You're not trying to demonstrate that your hands are empty. You actually want to do it in the most nonchalant, relaxed way possible, and you make this part of your body language. So as you sink back or as you talk to someone, you can just transfer. Also, the other thing is, don't be afraid to hold out and wait. So often I can just wait here like this. And I do this as a palm kind of accoutrement anyway, really, to some extent. I use this as a way of hiding anyway. I'll do a top palm and I'll just bring my hands together. And I'll talk and gesture, and it gives me like a base to return to that's very, very natural. The hands just come together and they can't see anything. So I'm often with just a palm with no transfer, my hands will just come together like this. So that then when I need to do a transfer, I can do the transfer, okay? If I need to do it, okay? Now, there's another thing that you can do with this. Occasionally, if you've been palming and it's hot or the cards are a bit soft, sometimes they might have too much of a bend in it. And if I think I'm going to be palming for a long time, and we're going to talk about ways of using palming as a control in the effects. It's one of the greatest controls on earth, 100%. There's a way of using a palm as a control, which is just basically unbeatable. Sometimes you might be palming out for a long time because you need them to be happy, or they want to shuffle, whatever it is, and you're getting too much of a bend. So what I'll sometimes do is, in bringing the hands together, I can actually allow that card to not palm anymore. I can relax the tension. So actually, when my hands are together now, I'm actually not squeezing it into the palm anymore. I'm actually letting it unflex. So it's now getting less tension. This is a really great position because it means I don't have to put so much tension into the card. And as soon as my hands come away again, I can re-palm and actually do that. And it's had less time under that tension. The other thing you can do is actually do a palm transfer and put the bend in the other way and take out any of the kind of bend that's been put in from your palming with the right hand. And now I'm bending it the other way. And I can do that. And I can wait, and I can wait, and I can do another palm transfer back when I need it, and I can go in, and now that card is basically going to be straight because I've kind of palmed it the other way. This might seem complicated to think about, but if you really think about it in a simple way of the fact that you just need to get a card to a certain position, and I know that I can palm left or right, I can transfer either way, It doesn't matter. All now I'm aware of is just my surroundings. If I get my palming action smooth and my hand action smooth, and my body language smooth, I don't really need to think about it. It can just look after itself. I can just be present in the moment and figure out what is the most deceptive route here and now. So yes, the palm to palm transfer. It's a beautiful little thing. Just think about the kind of movements of the hands, the kind of softness of the hands. Don't overshow it, but think about it as part of the body. It's not about developing a natural hand, it's about developing a natural body. And if you can do that while talking and communicating and keeping everything soft, then you have something incredibly deceptive and incredibly practical. Something we're also going to use here in the Unreal project. Hey, hello. We are going to be looking at the palm switch. Now this is a technique that I've used in several places here on Unreal Card Magic. I love this move, and I'm going to show you what this looks like. Effectively, you're going to ask somebody to hold their hands out and say, look, just put it down like a sandwich on top like this, and in that action you've switched that ace for this jack. Now, this is, again, an old move, but you very rarely see it done. I've rarely seen it done. I've developed a way of handling it that works in the real world and works every time and can't be seen. What's effectively going to happen is you're going to show a double and then palm this card and switch it for the one behind. Now, the way in which I tend to set this up, as you'll see in the explanations of some of the effects that we have on here, is that they hand me a single card and I'm going to load this one on top, and I will often give them the instruction by saying, in fact, if we look at this from the overhead, you'll see, I'll say something like, look, I want you to hold this inside of your hands and don't let a corner of it stick out, just keep this locked inside. And this is the easiest way in the world to add one on top, because I simply have to come over and put my hand on top, but I'm showing them what they have to do, so it makes perfect sense. And this allows me to bring those two cards together with no problems with angles or anything else. I then, as I move my hands apart, I now have these two cards. I grab them like this for a split second, as I say, and hold your hands out for me. Now, in doing this, in saying hold your hands out, they are going to bring both of their hands out. And this gives me the opportunity, as I turn down, I can say, no, one hand on top of the other, and I can move this towards them, put this in their hand, and now I've switched that out. And now the jack is actually over here, and this has been switched out for the other card, okay? Now, I'll actually talk through the timing and the exact way I go through doing that later on in some of the effects, and how I actually utilize get in and out and all that type of stuff. But for now, we're just going to look at the actual move itself in much more detail. If we look at this is the way I use it, which is that I'm going to turn up like this so we can see the card, and my little finger is going to be on this corner. This is very important. So, I mean, I can open my hands like this, but as I come back, I need to make sure that my little finger goes to that corner. So I can say, like, hold both of your hands out for me, and I can move to that corner. As I come down like this, what's effectively going to happen is I'm going to kind of pull with my thumb. I've got this on the overhead, pull with my thumb and push with my fingers. But if I do that and I try to keep this top card stationary as that happens, basically this corner of this card has been moved out like this, and my little finger is still on it. And it's almost in a palmed position. You know, well, it is in a palm position, but it's not fully palmed yet, but it's almost in this palm position. So go back, show like this, finger comes to that corner. As I turn down, I'm going to blend that turn down motion into this motion. Okay, so again, if we look from above here, we come down like this, and I'm already here like that. Okay, so like this, I'm going to move across and I push with those fingers. I'm almost palmed. And now, instead of having to like move my hand sideways to do a palm like this, which I don't want to do because it'll look ugly, I'm going to disguise that action in moving my hand forwards and slightly up. Okay? So here, I'll do this, forwards and slightly up. You can see this on the side camera. Looks like the ace, forwards and slightly up. And and I've now stolen that ace into this hand, like this as I come forward. You have to make sure that you're going into the correct palm position and your hands are kind of able to, once you've got this card in here, squeeze it up in. But you're basically going to come forward like this over, I'm trying to expose it, but over that, like that, and then squeeze it here. You don't want to squeeze it too early, so it's coming out flat, it's coming out flat. You can see this on the side angle, in fact. It's coming out flat, and then I squeeze it here as I move forward. So like this, I squeeze across, I come forward, and then I squeeze it here as I move forward. So it looks like this as I move like that, okay? Now, as long as the person that you're doing this for, you don't have someone on your immediate left. If there's someone on your immediate left, then they might see, well, they're going to see this happen. So I try and always bias this around to the person who's furthest on my left. This means that anyone else is just seeing the back of my hand. Anyone else is just seeing this position, an open hand with a card in it. And as it turns down and asks them to put their hand down on top, this is handed forward and this hand can relax back into this position. So I'll just show that again very briefly. Hands turn over like this. And again, you'll see how I actually utilize this in the effects, but like this, and as they come down, both moves happen at once and this moves forward. It's all basically one move. If you come down, palm, and then do a move, it's not good, it's dead. It needs to be in one action. So as it turns down, it's in on a hand on top, and then you switch that out for this other card. This palm switch, I believe, is in Erdnase, not exactly choreographed like this in this way. May also be in Hoffman or Sachs or Rotterberg, I forget. But I remember reading this move many, many years ago when I was young, but you very rarely see it done because it feels like a very difficult thing to do, but oh my gosh, is it powerful and useful, because it feels like there's nothing out in display, so just hold your hand out for me. And the moving of the right hand allows this card to stay stationary. So what I mean by that is that the ace of diamonds is in this point in space here. I turn down, I move this hand forward like this as asking them to do something. It feels like that card has remained at that point in space. Okay, so you do this, and then you can put this forward into their hand, and yet it's changed. This is the palm switch, a very, very powerful technique, which is just happening like that. In fact, this is quite good from this point here. You can actually see this on the front camera, like this. I'm pushing forward, and this is coming forward and doing that, okay? Like this, like this. But it's just happening in one action as I move forward, like this, okay? From this side, it's here, ask them to hold on, move your hand back, and you have this in palm. And then, of course, you could transfer or do other stuff, whatever you want. It's a sneaky move. Very, very simple in a way. Again, you're just pushing on that corner, getting it into palm, but not easy to do. You have to practice it. If you adopt the points that I've suggested in this, practice will do the rest. But this is a very, very useful little switch of a card used in the right routine. It's not right for every single thing. To be holding two cards as one isn't always right in this way. But in the routines that you'll see in the Unreal Card Magic Project 1 and 2, you'll see some really nice uses for this palm switch. That's a good one. So, dealing with some switches, and we're going to start with an excellent switch. This is known as the tip over switch. This is a move by Jack Merlin, I forget, JM. This is an excellent move. I've been doing this for many, many years, and this looks like this. It looks like you just turn a card over. There's in this case, the 4 of clubs. Put this down here, and this has been switched out for the 8 of spades. No one picked either of them, so it means nothing. But we can use this to switch cards in and out that we desire, which is more useful. I'll get onto that in a second, but I'll go through the basics of this move. If we look from above, you'll see that if we have a card in the middle, in this case the 9 of diamonds, it just looks like it is turned face down, put down, and yet that has been switched out here. In this case, I still have control of that 9 of diamonds over here if I want. I'll go through the basic idea of the switch, and then we can going to how to use it. So here's the King of Diamonds, and all that's going to happen is I'm going to actually switch it for the card that's above it. Okay, and what's going to happen here is I'm going to turn this over with the side of the deck like that. So as I push this over, I'm going to push this over. Remember we talked about turning over single cards in the basic handling, this ability to turn them over like this and keep them balanced. Well, this is going to help here to some extent because you're going to push it all the way over, but then flip this over with the side of this deck. This conditions this action, and you're going to push it back over, and then you're going to flip it down. But as you flip it down, you're going to put your thumb on top of that card that was above it. And this allows you to effectively switch that out. This is a very useful move. So in this case, this has now been switched out for whatever card was above it. So if, for example, you had a 4 of clubs like this in here, and you had a Queen of Hearts, and you cut that into the middle of the deck, you said, look, somewhere in the middle, that's the Queen. In fact, we shouldn't have that face up, we should have that face down. Now we've swapped that for the 4 of clubs. So this is a very, very nice technique because it's got this real nice rhythm of just looking like you've turned a card face up and face down, and yet you can switch it out at will. This is a lovely, lovely technique. One of the common ways that this gets used is for something like an ambitious card, or I've seen this used for that. It allows you to switch that card out. So if you had a card that had been replaced and it had a signature on it, let's say, so for argument's sake, we don't have a signature on this now, but let's imagine we had this 6 of Hearts, and this had a signature on it. And you could say, now look, we're going to leave that somewhere. In fact, we'll bury it inside there, and we'll bury it inside there, bury it somewhere down inside, and yet we now have that controlled to the top. And this is purely because this first switch of turning this down here, like this is now effectively the same as like a top change or a double lift. You've now switched it out for an indifferent card. You can now push that indifferent card over here. You can lift up and shove all of those in there, and it still remains on top here. Okay, so this is the tip over switch, and it's a really nice switch done out at the fingertips like this. When we talked in the basic handling about using the spread, or the ability to spread cards in the hands like this and balance them out here, this is where this is also going to be useful, because at this point you're using the spread kind of balanced out in order, it's quite far away from the fingertips here, and you're using this just to be able to flip the cards over like this. One of the ways to start practicing this is just to be able to flip them face up and face down like that, just to get the right level of touch and timing on that. Just so it's a very small little, tiny little bump on the side there, just enough to bump it over. You don't want to be too much. You don't want it to like come over the cards like this. You want like a little bump in order to get that to turn over, okay? Just like that. Now, when we're doing the switch, the timing of this, like this, so we're here, turn this over. As this comes down, you're just going to put that on top like that. Now, like I said, you could use that in an ambitious card sequence. You can use it in many, many sequences. If you've already got a break in the middle of the deck, for example, if you had, let's say, an ace of diamonds, and you'd cut this to somewhere inside the deck, you could apparently turn over a random card. So, okay, the King of Clubs, let's remember that. And now I've switched that out for the one that I wanted, in this case, the Ace of Diamonds. So there's a number of ways that you can use that, and you'll see it utilized here in the Unreal Card Magic project. I've used it in the family. I've used this in many routines over the years because it's such a casual move. It feels like it's away from the fingers being able to manipulate anything. And it's all been just turned over at the fingertips, and yet you just have this very nice move here. It doesn't have to be tossed out onto the table. Like I said, once you've turned this over, turn this down, you could then do whatever you want with it, really. You could either leave it there in that position, or you could bury it somewhere else. You could push it inside this packet and leave it inside that, square it up over there. In reality, you have that card over here. So this is the tip over switch. Very light, very, very simple maneuver, but one that is very, very, very deceptive for switching out a card. It's a very light process. It can be done in surrounded. This is the other reason that this is so good. Even if someone is burning this, it really does look like you have put that card down. So this is a really, really lovely technique. The tip over switch, light. You can use it in many, many different ways. Definitely worth practicing. Just get that fluidity and rhythm and lightness in the move. Don't be too rushed with it. Don't do it too fast. Don't try and overcover it. and you can have something that looks good. I was about to wrap up there, and then I just suddenly remembered something else I could say, which is this. I think a lot of the time when you do this technique, people try to think, oh, I've got to make this look absolutely perfect and really cover to then come back so that it's not noticed, you know. So, you know, they're trying to get that move there to look absolutely perfect in terms of coming down. I don't. What I do is I just allow the rhythm and flow of it to make sense. Look, I turn this over, and as I come down, I just do this, and I just put my thumb on that one above. But I just allow the rhythm of it just to feel right, okay? Also, if you've got movement of the hand, so what I mean is it's here, here, and as you're doing this, you're already starting to drop that forward, you just can't see that switch happen. It just looks so fair. It's the 8 of diamonds, that's been dropped on the table. You really can't see it. So I would worry less about the perfect visual representation of this and make sure it all lines up perfectly, and just have the flow right, and that left thumb ready to come and clamp down on that card before throwing it out and affecting the change, okay? So here, like this, flip over, turn down, you hit with that thumb, drop off, and you've affected the switch, the tip over switch. Well, here we are at a classic card magic technique, one that's been around for a very, very long time, and the naturalness of which basically can be attributed to Di Vernon, someone who took the old idea of the 2-card lift or the 2-card turnover and basically turned it into something that was much more natural. We're going to be dealing with the push-off double lift, and the idea here is to have a card, in this case the 4 of diamonds, which suddenly, presto hey, becomes the ace of spades. Now, this is using a very, very simple idea, and the idea being that you're showing what appears to be a single card when in fact there are 2. And as a result, you can affect a switch. Now, the double lift allows you to have a bit more of a burn on the cards because someone can look down at the cards as you're pushing off and you turn this over. What else is there? That's the card that you've turned over. It's the one that they're looking at. And yet you can now just exchange that effortlessly for a different card. Now, there's many ways of doing a double lift. There's many, many, many techniques. In my opinion, the push-off double is the best way of doing it. There's refinements, which I'm going to show you. I have my own kind of system, something I call new theory switching, which allows me to kind of integrate this with the top change and other moves and second deals. But what I'm going to show you here is basically what I believe is the best way of thinking about using this double lift. And it's tricky to start practicing, simple as an idea, and tricky to kind of learn, but you're going to start by learning basically to push off 2 cards as one. So instead of needing to get a break under 2 cards or anything else, now we can learn that as well. And the way you do that is by pushing off one and then allowing the base of your thumb to push off another, and then you can pull back those, get a break underneath them, and then you can turn over those 2 cards from that break. You use that, and sometimes I'll still use that concept if the cards aren't great, if the weather's not great, or if there's, I don't know, there's many reasons why, but most of the time I'm trying to just do a 2-card turnover like this, which is pushing off 2 cards as one and turning them over as if they are one, when in fact there are 2, okay? Now what's happening here is the side of the thumb, it's hard to describe exactly where, but it's somewhere on like the side of the thumb. If you look from the overhead here, you'll see that my thumb is actually not on the corner up here or anywhere else. It's basically almost resting on the side over here, and there's the part that's touching the edge learns to be sensitive enough to basically push off, instead of 1 card like this, if you push with that fingertip, you'll push off 1, you're going to learn with the edge of your thumb here to basically push off 2. So now, if we look at this card that apparently has come off as 1, it's actually 2. So this is just a sensitivity thing where you're going to learn to push on that side, and when you push on that side, you get to learn to do push off 2. Now, when you start, this is going to be impossible, and you're going to push off 1, and then you're going to push off 9, and you're going to slowly go from 9 and 1 to 8 and 1 and 7 and 1, until eventually you get down to 2. And really, it's just a time thing. You have the deck in a mechanics grip, and you just start pushing on that edge and you start feeling that edge. And eventually, first of all, you'll start pushing them off like this, where they'll be split like that, okay? And then over time, you can refine that and get that smaller. So from there down to probably about there, then to about there, and eventually those are basically aligned. Now, they'll never be perfectly aligned. There are ways to do it where it stays absolutely perfectly aligned, but I think that you basically sacrifice naturalness. I would much rather go for something that's surefire and soft and feels natural rather than something that feels absolutely perfect. And you can't really guarantee it being perfect anyway, and it doesn't matter is the other point. So when you push it across, it's hard for me to show really, but I would say you don't really want a border displaying from underneath. It's okay if it's like that. You can see that there. It's almost a border. If I go any further, you see the edge of the other card creeping across. You don't want that, but that would be absolutely fine for me. And I'll show you why. Because as I push this over, it's going to hit my other hand in this gun position, which I talked about previously. And as it goes across and pushes over, it's going to kind of rest on this part of my finger here. And my thumb hits the side here. And it's at this point, as I'm starting to square up as I'm starting to grab it, that I can start squaring it up, and I lift it up and then drop it. And in that dropping action, it actually starts to square. Now I drop it forward, as opposed to flush onto the deck. I drop it forward because now my first finger comes to the front here, and I can lever it up and over between the second finger and thumb. And I can get this space and this movement in the card. And I'll talk about again in a second why this is also important, but I could just get that. So let's go back a stage. We can practice this with just the top card. So we could practice turn the top card over, knock it forward, pick it up, and be able to just move it between that second finger and thumb. So if you just practice this with the top card, that's really the position. Lift, drop, move, like that. So then you're just pushing off that top card into this gun position, dropping it forward, turning it over like this. Now when you start doing that with a double, now obviously it's now two cards as one. You have exactly the same look, and yet you can switch that card out. Now there's a couple of ways in which I get this card square if it's slightly misaligned, if my hands aren't on form that day, if it's a bit cold and I'm being sensitive. I can basically have a couple of opportunities. Here is one where I can kind of, as I'm pushing on the side here and underneath, I can use this moment. As it drops, as a result of it dropping, the bottom edge is now squaring. As it goes flush and I push with my finger and pull forward with these, it again aligns and squares everything, okay? So you learn to push with the side of the finger, like that, it's here. So even though the other card came from underneath, that's not the two that are on top there. I can now lift that double up, drop forward, square as I move up like this, pick up, drop it down onto the deck. That's the basic handling of the push-off double. So it just looks like a single card has been pushed off and turned over, okay? Now, this will take a bit of time to develop the sensitivity in the side of the finger to push off those two, but it's worth it, and the ability will come quicker than you think. The best way of practicing it for me is to do doubles like this and take off a single. Now practice another double, and then take off a single. Practice another double, and you just keep doing this all the way through the deck, pushing off doubles each time, turning them down and putting off singles, okay? Like that each time. You have to split them when you get to the top. That's just for you to see. Those really hard doubles, okay? So I'm turning them over like this and turning them down each time that's being switched. But what it means is that the deck each time is getting into a slightly different position because the cards are getting thinner and thinner, meaning my thumb is now having to adjust each time in order to affect that double lift, okay? So it just means that it's just meaning my hand has to work just that extra bit hard. Well, not necessarily harder, but it's having to deal with variance. It's having to deal with change in order to deal with that double lift, okay? Now you actually see what happened right there. A slight mistake happened. I went to push off two and actually pushed off one. So what I did is I just kind of pushed off the second one and met it as I turned it over. This is an interesting way of dealing with this if there is ever a problem, is you can say, go to push off one. I've got one here now. I'm going to push this off and meet it as I turn them both over like that, okay? So say I take one and I just push that over and meet it. That's 2, okay? So this is the 5 of diamonds. I push this off, then I push that one off underneath it and turn it over. So like this, and I meet here, turn over. And that's really if there is ever a problem, but most of the time you can just learn to turn over the 2. It just takes a bit of time. So like I said, grip, normal grip, mechanics grip that we've talked about. I'm going to use the edge of my thumb to push on this area, on this side area here, and you just build this sensitivity enough to start pushing off 2. I can then grip it in this kind of gun position. It rests on that corner, and this is where my finger comes in and starts to square a little bit, but it's all in one fluid action, and then it's being lifted up, dropped forward, and grabbed here, okay? So that's the kind of first kind of part of this, of this push-off double. It just really allows this very nice natural feel. Now, let's imagine, for example, you go to push off a double and it's not quite aligned, but it's almost aligned. You can just pick it off and put it back, and as you put it back, get a break. Okay, now as you get a break, you've got something nice and easy to do a double with, but learning this push-off is really going to help your hands develop the intelligence to deal with much problem solving that might happen in this area. So this double is probably the best that I know of. I don't really think it can be beaten. I just think it's just a very nice, relaxed, open double lift. Now, there's another way to think about using this, and it's the reason why I use this position out of the front, is because this position allows me to use multiple planes. I can be on this plane, no problem, but I can also raise it up to this plane. So if you wanted to show it to someone, you could show it up here, and there's movement in that card. It feels very singular, even though it's perfectly supported, no chance of it splitting. And you can move it back down to this plane. You can also transfer it to the right hand up to this plane, and you can put it back down here if you need to. So this means you can have this really nice free-flowing transfer of the card at your fingertips without having any problems, okay? So in this case, I could turn over the double, show it up here, like this, drop it out in this position, and this is now switched. Or, for example, we could turn the double up, show it here, turn it down, and then we've still affected that change. So this is a very, very nice double lift, and gives lots and lots of variation and lots of possibilities. Now, the other thing to think about when it comes to the double lift, something I may speak about later on, but it's this notion of isolation. This I associate with many switches, but often what you want to think about is if I do the 4 of diamonds here as a double, what I don't want to do is now put it over here, and when this changes, your brain snaps back to the last place you saw the 4 of diamonds. So what you want to make sure you do is wherever you want the change to occur, if the change is going to occur over here, it's in this person's hand, whatever it is, I want to show this card, sorry, let's do this again. I want to show this card in this point in space, so that now when I then take this hand away and put this down, the last place you saw that jack was there. So when this changes, you've got nowhere to go to. This was something I called isolation, actually based on a contact juggling term for doing isolation. And I realized that you could isolate information and objects to certain points in space that would affected things for magic. And so this basically means that you can do a double lift at this point in space, and instead of handing it off, I just take the deck away. And this means it just feels that that card really did change at that point. These types of ways of using space in the work to affect kind of magic or deceptive things is really, really quite interesting. And you can apply the same thing to still coming up here, doing any of this stuff, coming here. And as I come down, I do this, but then I move it back to that point in space where they previously saw the card. So, you know, this way of using space as well as this push-off technique is really quite powerful. I think it's the best double lift, and the best way to think about practicing this double lift is to use it in this way. It just feels really free and open and doesn't feel like there's anything going on. Now, what I will quickly do as a kind of little bonus thing here is teach you a technique. If you are getting one, if you are doing this and you can't really get the push off yet, but you can get a break. So you push off 2 cards like this, you push off one first and then the second one, and you come back, or maybe you even count them to a second, whatever it is, and you get a break. I'm going to teach you this double, which is basically looks like this. I think this is one of the best out there that use a break. It looks very, very free and fluid. Looks very nice. Doesn't look like there's much going on, and it's kind of there's a kind of an interesting thing going on in it. Basically, I've got a break here on 2. I'm going to grab the edge, and it's gonna look like I'm gonna push it off, but actually what I do is I just move my left hand backwards, and it looks like you push that card off, even though you don't. You just move the left hand backwards. But if the moment you've moved that left hand backwards, this hand starts coming around and you turn it over, you don't really even notice that this hand has kind of grabbed the card from above. It just looks like you just kind of come over, moved that card over and turned it like this. Okay, so moved it over and turned it like this, okay? This is a really nice technique for doing something with a break. But like I said, I would try to get used to doing this with a push-off technique. If you can develop that skill, it's very useful because it will help with things like the top change. It will also help with second deals. It will help with getting breaks on things. There's all kinds of techniques that push-off can help you with. It will require practice. It will require a deft touch that you have to develop. You have to develop the sensitivity of the side of the thumb just to learn to push off two cards as one. And you're hitting the edge and pushing it off. It will never be perfect all of the time. You will go through moments of it being inconsistent. And that's why you have to learn little get-outs. Like I actually suggested at the beginning, one of those ways, if you ever have a problem, is you can just kind of take off a single. And then as you come back, you literally push this one card off the top to meet it as you turn it over. Okay, so let's do that like this. I have this here, but as I basically come back to turn this over on top, it now looks like the 5. You know, done in flow, it's very, very difficult to see what's happened. And yet you kind of affect that change. The double lift is a really great technique when you're surrounded or if your hands are being burnt. You still got to be able to kind of manage suspicion like any technique. You know, if people are very suspicious already as you're kind of trying to do doubles, then they might want to look at it. You know, that's why the construction of the routine is really, really important. But it's a really good switch that doesn't require heavy misdirection or doesn't require other forms of skill, which are sometimes difficult to pull off. But the double lift is very, very clean, a very, very beautiful switch, which even though it's been around for a very, very long time, is still devastating and still fools people and always will do. It's just a very, very nice fluid technique. The push-off just allows no get ready. The push-off just means that you can go from the cards being shuffled, mixed, and as soon as you basically have the cards in a good position in the hands, this is why the one-handed squaring or any of that stuff's important, you can just push those two cards off and you now have those ready to go. Developing that skill will really repay you in many ways. It's also a very quick way to get a break under, say, 2 or 3 cards. You can actually learn to push off more than 2, in this case 3. So I can feel what those numbers are. If I want to push off a few more, push off, say, 4 or 5, I can do so. You can just feel what those numbers are under your hand, and over time you can just develop that sensitivity so that double is very, very easy to do. It's a really beautiful technique. The push-off double's worth practicing, but just get that solid mechanics grip. Start learning to push 2 cards off on the side. It will be slow at first. Do that practice regime I was telling you about, dealing them down to the table, and then realize that once you're in this position, you can orientate the plane to a vertical plane and a horizontal plane. You can switch from hand to hand and also try to keep this isolated to wherever you want the change to take place. If you want that to be the case, that is where it will take place and that is where it will remain in their minds and they won't leap anywhere else. So try to isolate the information around that point. It's probably something I can elaborate on a bit further at another date. It's a huge amount to talk about on that subject. But for now, practice that push-off double technique. It's a beautiful technique. And like I said, there are many other uses for it other than the double. So it's got utilitarian value. Now we're here. You remember earlier on, I was talking about the top palm, and I said it's probably the technique I use more than any other. Well, it's a battle between the top palm and this next one, the top change. Oh, is the top change a devastating move? It is borderline perfect. It's brilliant. It's just, you know, the idea is that you're holding a card out at your fingertips, you ask someone else to hold their hand out and they hold on to it, whatever it is, and then you can get this to change right out in the open. I mean, look at that. And there's nothing else there. You know, and there's many ways of going about doing this. The way in which the top change first came into my awareness when I was younger, it was a much more bolder, bigger move. It was from side to side, or there was big bold movements. I then saw a magician by the name of Chris Power do it, and he did it beautifully and softly, and there are many others I saw do this move over the years. David Williamson is another one. You know, really kind of nice, soft little touch. It's slightly different technique, but nevertheless using it very, very artfully. I think that this move is just borderline perfect for a card switch, because in the minds of an audience, you're holding a card out your fingertips, and you say just hold on to this, and nothing changes, and yet it can change right in their fingertips. And the reason is because they edit out of reality a subtle moment of misdirection. And what that really is something like saying to them, are you right or left-handed? You know, which are you? And in that moment, you can switch. Are you left or right-handed? Whatever that is. Here I'm doing thirds. Let's not do that, Benjamin. So let's actually put this back in the right order. Let's do this right. So all that's going to happen here is you're switching this top card for this card in your hand for the one on the top of the deck, right? If you look from above, that's all this is. Okay, you're just going to switch them. Anyone can do this. You just push this over and you just switch them around. That's what's happening. You're kind of pushing this one off with the left hand off the top of the deck, and it's going to kind of touch underneath the thumb. Then the fingers on this side are going to pull, and the thumb pulls this back. So you just kind of switch them around on top of the deck like that. Now, instead of switching them necessarily sideways like that, often you can kind of wipe like this. But if you do this in a gesture, as you point and ask someone to hold their hand out, or say you right or left-handed, then you can get this really beautiful change that people don't really see happening. You can also just kind of throw this out and again affect that change. There's many ways of doing this, and you know, there's many people that have seen my work either in print or in the family, where I talk extensively about this move. The reality is it's a move that's integrated into the moment and with them. And so often there's some kind of question you're going to ask them. Now, one of the techniques that I have for this is something I call the broken top change, which instead of doing this in one straightforward action like this, is instead what I do is I'll say, oh, would you pinch your fingers for me like you did at the beginning? And then I come forward like this. So here I just place it back on top of the deck and I gesture here, and then I might come forward, execute the move as I gesture here. Okay, there's many ways to do this. Yeah, it's a beautiful move. Now, one way that people think about this, they always think about moving the deckhand. They always think about kind of pointing and moving the deckhand, but you don't have to do it on this angle. You can also do it sideways, and you can even do it backwards. So for example, if you were to like adjust your chair, you could do the move backwards. If you do it sideways as you shrug, you can do it that way. You can point forward, and there's many reasons for that. But you can also point with the other hand, with the card itself, and say, look, would you come forward, in fact, turn and talk to these people here. You could just kind of drop it down here. Actually, the hands can move in 360 degrees. Both hands basically have a 180 degree kind of movement. And as a result, you can have this fluidity where any kind of moment can allow this change to happen. You can also do that while putting them back, asking someone to come a bit closer. That's it. In fact, can I use either of you for this? Or like, which one of you guys? You can do it as you move your hands this way. There's many ways that you can talk to people and have this change take place. And you can do it right in front of people, right under their noses, and they can't smell it, especially if it's in conversation. It's flowing in conversation. Like I said, in reality, the move is very simple. Technically, you're just pushing a card off. This is going on top of it. The fingers of the right hand are pulling from underneath as the thumb of the left draws this back. It's a very simple move. Really, the deceptiveness of it comes in the choreography of that. If you're doing that as you're saying, were you right or left-handed? Or is that your ring? Or in fact, can you hold your hands out like this for me? Whatever it is, any of these potential small moments could really, really help this flow. Another nice way is you can say to someone who have this Jack of Diamonds and say, look, would you hold your hand out flat? And you just kind of drop it on top of their hand. And this has now been changed. And again, with this, it's pretty much exactly the same. As I come back, I put it here, ask them to hold their hand out flat, and then I come back and I do the move this way, drop it down like that. Really, the reason I call this the broken top change is because it's still the top change, except you just stopped halfway, did a gesture, and then came back and carried on the move. And if you stop halfway, gesture, you can have a reason for that gesture, and this could be mimicked by the other hand. So there's many different ways of using the top change. The action itself is just simply a little gesture this way, a little gesture this way, maybe looking at two people. Sometimes you don't even need much here. You can get the attention up. And once people go from here to looking up, you can kind of look at both of them and do the move very, very slowly sideways. You know, there's many variations, but the thing to really practice is to just get this softness in the actual switch itself, to try and get that smoothness and softness with both hands moving in both directions, putting it back for a second, moving this way, and really trying to integrate that moment or the moment you're in with this move. So instead of having a pre-rehearsed way that you always do it, saying, let's say, bring your hand a bit more forward, or do this, or hold out your left hand, or are you right left-handed? Instead, what you're doing is you're trying to map it onto the moment. I know that all I have to do is this, so what I'm looking for is a real justification, and then what I do is I'll just kind of talk about it and I allow my hands to follow, whatever that reason is. In doing that, you end up finding a change that's bespoke, and it will fry people. Now, there's many, I could literally talk about this for several hours, but the basics in this are simply just learning this smooth action and realizing that your hands can move in any direction, and then can I just kind of time this onto the moment? And again, like other things, don't have too big a move. You know, don't have this big body movement or big thing going on. Just have a very small, subtle thing. It's just in the wrists. It's just here, or just here. In fact, would you just pinch your fingers for me? Okay, hold your hand out flat. That's it, like a table. Boom. Okay, this wasn't it. Okay, what was yours? Okay, great. Really, which one of you guys was doing it? Whatever these things are, there's so many variations of potential things. You want this small and in the wrist, and you want to just kind of utilize what's in your environment to execute this move, okay? So the top change is just beautiful. I think it just seamlessly blends into almost all environments that you can be in. Is it foolproof? No, like no move is foolproof, but there's a beautiful thing with the top change, which is this. Let's imagine I'm about to execute a top change, okay? And I think I've just got busted and they've seen something. So I come back and I can roll over into a double lift, okay? And now I can then switch with a double. And this is really nice. It means that if you've done a top change and you think someone might have seen something happen, do you remember we talked before in the double lift section about moving across underneath and just turning them over? Well, you can do that with this. What this means is if I've got this jack of diamonds, I do this move, I think someone may have seen it, I roll over, and now it's still the jack of diamonds. Okay? Now I'm in the double lift territory. It means if they look clean at this now, nothing happens. And we have the jack of the ace of spades here. So there's still kind of ways to clean this move up. Okay? This is why I like this way of thinking about integrating even the double lift and the top change into one kind of system, because when you're in the environment of having to do something for people, you've got different conditions, people who are different heights, you might be on a stage, you might be, I don't know, in a back alley behind some bins, who knows? The point is, when you need to do a top change or you need to switch a card, you want it to be effective, and you need to be able to alter what's happening based on the moment, because that's all that there is. And an audience isn't made up of robots, you know. People ask questions at wrong times, people kind of drift off or don't pay attention, or you need to get focus. So you need to have a system that's flexible, and the ability to be able to switch in any environment is important. Now, there's a couple of other things I'll suggest or talk about with this that I think are important. One is that try not to, if you're doing the top change, start with this plane here and this plane here and do the move and finish here, because could you have switched on this plane between these hands? Yes. So what I tend to do is I tend to try and think of, I show a card like this, and this deck, as you notice, isn't on the same plane as this card. You can't switch it. So what happens is, as I'm doing a gesture and asking them, it raises up to that plane as I ask them a gesture, and then it moves back into this other plane on this 45-degree angle, meaning that this feels much more isolated. Rather than being here. Now, there are two cards in view that are on the same plane. I don't like that. So in here, most of the time, all of those other things I've said apply, but I try to be in this position. Oh, would you hold your hand out for me? Great. And now I'm back into this position. This again feels very, very isolated. When I talked about the isolation with the double lift, this same thing applies with the top change. You can show the card here to someone, and then you can even come out of this position, say, oh, that's it, hold your hand up higher, I bring it back into that position in space so that when that change occurs, they've got nowhere to go. You will see me use the top change. I'm going to talk about it in many of the effects on Unreal Card Magic, but you'll see me use this in so many different effects in different ways. It doesn't matter who they are, what conditions I'm in. The top change is just like the most reliable way to change a card for me. It's just right there all the time, and I always can find a way to execute the move, and no one can smell anything. It doesn't feel like anything happened. They feel this single isolated card out in space. You ask them to do something, hold your hand out flat for me, great, perfect, and you hand it to them. There's also something very nice about the natural misdirection that comes from asking someone a question at that moment. It doesn't feel like you would be so sneaky as to hide a move in the question. We take that type of thing for granted, but the fact is, if you do hide a move in that space, it just becomes psychologically invisible to them. If you ask someone a question, it occupies their conscious thought, it occupies at least an aspect of their cognitive resources. Shouldn't demand too much, but it occupies something, and just that question is enough to allow them to delete the fact that anything happened here. So the top change is just such a beautiful move. You have to integrate it into your body language. You have to integrate it into the moment because it is such a simple move. Don't get hooked on one pattern. Hold your hand out, hold your hand out, hold your hand out. Try to have different variations of it and find it. You can have some of those patterns and comfort zone techniques as handrails, but ultimately the goal is to walk unaided, walk without a handrail, and be able to find something that's bespoke. That's where you get something truly deceptive, and the top change is capable of that. It's been around for a very long time, but yet it has such incredible capacity to be fooling in almost any environment. And I think that having a right justification for asking them to do something, hold their hand out, would you pinch your finger for me? Having those justifications, isolating it, getting it off that plane so you don't start here and end here. You start in this position, you do the chop change, you come back off of this plane. These types of things integrated into the moment is really what's going to make this absolutely deceptive. And if you want a real world switching technique that looks like magic, this will deliver it. So the top change, man, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I'll try my best in the explanations of the effects to go through how I'm timing it within certain effects, and you'll pick up loads more details in there. But for now, just realize it's a very, very, very simple move technically. The real mastery of it is in finding out the timing of it in the moment and mapping it onto the moment that exists between you and them. But the top change is something that will reward you forever when it comes to powerful card magic. Well, here we are, forces. Now, forces are often very common in magic effects. I tend to not really use a huge amount of them. If I do, I tend to use the crosscut force, which we'll be dealing with in a second. But for now, I'm going to teach you another one, which we haven't actually used in the Unreal Card Magic project, but I thought it was important to teach it because if you do need a surefire force, there are many great forces out there, but if you need a surefire force that will work every time and can be done in the hands without the need of a table or anything else, then I think that this is one of them. It's a great one. And this just, instead of them reaching in and taking out the card, you simply ask them, you're going to riffle down the side and they're going to say stop. And wherever they say stop, that'll be the card. So you riffle down like this, they say stop, you lift up, you can move that card out, you hand it to them, and it might be the Ace of Spades. Oh, it is, because that's the one I wanted you to take. This is the Riffle Force. Sorry, it's late in the evening. I'm starting to get kind of slightly hyper. I don't know why. I haven't enough food, maybe. Or maybe I think I need a biscuit. That's what I need. And the idea with this is very, very simple. You're going to hold a break. Okay, we talked about break holding earlier on, and throw-offs. All of those can come into bear here. You're holding a break above this Ace of Spades. And what's going to happen here is you're going to riffle down the outside. Now, I tend to do this by holding it very low down. Instead of holding it midway or halfway, I hold it very low down in the bottom kind of third or bottom quarter maybe. and you riffle down the outside towards them, and you're going to time that riffle to somewhere in that bottom third. And I'll often say to them, like, what, down here? And so down here, they're seeing this big separation between this and this. And it's roughly in the area. Now, where they've stopped here isn't going to necessarily relate to where I'm holding my brake, but this portion here looks small. So in a second, what I'm going to do is I'm effectively going to let go and then just lift up on my brake. But if we show this to the camera here, if we time this right, this simply looks like you take it off at that same point, okay? Here, and then you just lift up as you let go. Okay, so like that, like that. In fact, if I leave that face up, you'll actually see how that looks. Here, you see that appear. Like that, and then you lift up. Now, what I tend to do with this, and this was a technique that I published in the shift, was that I come down to here like this, and when I lift up, instead of just lifting up and then giving them the card, instead what I tend to do is I will start on this 45-degree angle like this. I'm getting in here, and when I lift up here, I leave it in this position, and I try and push that card out. And often I either hand it to them like this, or I sometimes come back and leave it there for them to take out. So it's like they are taking it out of the deck, or you can take it out yourself, but you now hand it towards them, and it's like they are removing it from inside the deck. So this is a very, very simple thing. And like I said, if you've got good at your brake thrust and holding a brake, all you're going to be doing is lifting up on the brake at that ace, okay? That's all you're going to be doing, is just lifting up on it. You can see this on the side here. I just come over and lift up, but you time it with this riffle down the front. So I riffle down, they say stop somewhere here. I lift up, and then I just leave it in this position. My thumb comes forward to push that forward like that, and I either leave it like this and both of my hands come forward towards them, or I just grab the back of the deck like that between my finger and base of the thumb, and they just take it out like this, okay? And this is a very surefire force, because you can just say to someone, okay, just as I riffle down the outside of the deck like that, you should be able to do that. Could you just say stop for me? I say stop, you go, okay, here, you move that forward, come over, and then take this out. It's a very surefire force. Now, there are many other forces. You can do a classic force in the hand, there's fan forces, there's all types of forces which can be very, very convincing. They're not always the most practical, and there can be problems with them. If you really had to learn a force that will work every single time, this one will be it, because you'll always get to it. There are different ways to handle it as well. You can just lift off and drop it straight out onto the table here. But like most things with forces, the psychology of the force is what's often very important. And so even with something like a Riffle Force, one of the ways I like to do it is that I'll do something like this. I'll say where it says stop, and they say here. And then you can just turn that card over and go, okay, an ace. Now, the fact that you've looked at it means that people often just don't think it can be a force. Why would you force something that you have just looked at? It doesn't make any sense. So the only reason that someone could imagine you would force a card would be to somehow pretend you know what it is. The moment you look at it, they just think you can't possibly know. So there's a lot of different kind of psychological ways. I mean, it doesn't always work for every routine. Maybe the routine revolves around you not knowing the card. But there's lots of ways you can use it. I just particularly like this way of handling it, lifting up, leaving it like together so they can see where it came from, handing it towards them to take out, or dropping it at the back so they take it out themselves. This really kind of feels quite fair to me, and I really, really like it. And the Riffle Force is just a very, very, very kind of, it's a very, I wouldn't say classic, what is it? What would I say? It's a common technique. It's normally handled a bit differently. Often there's this way of saying here, and then you revolve around. I don't like this particular way of putting the finger in and lifting. So instead, that's why I developed this timing technique. So it just simply looks like you're timing it in the same area. I just think it looks just a bit better. Really looks like that's come from that point in space. The other thing to think about is, how do you set this up? Now, the most common way is to swing cut the cards a number of times and hold the brake on that first packet, okay? Now, there's also an idea that this isn't a good thing to suddenly swing cut the cards a number of times to then ask them to stop somewhere. You can do an overhand shuffle and do like a jog shuffle and kind of pick up on a brake in order to hold it. There's lots of ways of doing it. You can do a pass as well. So you could actually take a riffle down the outside to about a third of the way down, execute a pass, spread the cards, do a break, throw off. Now you're in that same position to do that force. There's lots of ways. Often what I would do is just swing cut the cards and then just wait and maybe just kind of spread the cards for a few seconds, carry on talking and have time misdirection between the moment that you did the cut and when you actually have the force. If you're up at this position at the fingertips as you're talking, it doesn't really feel like anything's happening. You suddenly ask them to say stop. They take this card out from that position and then they have it. This is just simply by swing cutting some cards and then just waiting a few beats, talking, spreading, doing something else, and you've basically separated. There we go, try not to drop them all over the table. You've separated from that moment where you can riffle down and reveal that force card. So somehow I managed to still hold that break throughout dropping them on the table, don't know how. Anyway, the Riffle Force is very, very clean, very surefire. There are lots and lots of different forces, but if I had to recommend one to put some time into, I would say I'd recommend the Riffle Force, just because it's very clean, it's very easy to see, and very easy to understand. There's one other that I'd probably do, it's kind of a little bonus for you here. If I was to start thinking about ways of doing a force for someone that's worth looking into, it would be this, which is to say, in fact, would you just say stop for me if I do this? They say stop, and in that section, they take this card out, and that's also the force card, and this is the Dribble Force. This is basically very, very similar. So if we have this on top here, I'm going to swing cut a big portion across, put all these on top of the deck like this. I'm still holding a break. This time it's almost the opposite way around. I have a big chunk of cards underneath and a smaller portion on top. And all I'm going to do is dribble the cards. And you can see this here, and there's a break on the side here. You can actually flatten this out with the finger, but that's for some other time. I can dribble, and as they say stop, I just time the moment I see them about to say stop, and you drop everything. And then they see this here. Now this is a very effective force because it's hard to imagine how you could control dropping cards. This is the Dribble Force. That's the other one I would probably recommend looking into. It's very, I think, intuitively deceptive, the Dribble Force, but it's not always the most practical, and sometimes it's hard to kind of control with conditions and sometimes dropping. There's a whole host of reasons, but if you are to look into them, I would say the Dribble Force and the Riffle Force are the two forces that I would kind of look at immediately. Have a look at them. Check out those techniques. We haven't used them in this series, but I think it's worth looking into because I'm sure, absolutely, you'll end up needing a force somewhere in one of your effects. Well, here we are at one of the most beautiful techniques in all of card magic, in my opinion. It is the brainchild of Max Holden from many, many, many decades ago. I think maybe in the 1940s, 1950s. This is a beautiful technique. It is so good, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. I've got to begin somewhere though, Benjamin. Oh, I've begun here, haven't I? This is so good. This is so good. The idea is very, very simple. You can have the cards shuffled, you can do whatever, or they can do this, and someone would legitimately, this isn't, no breaks, nothing's being held, legitimately cut the deck wherever they want. Like that is the point in this. They would cut wherever they want. And even though the cards could be shuffled and whatever's going on, and they would cut to the table and it's out in the open and everyone can see, if you even look at exactly where they cut, they've cut to the force card, which in this case is the Ace of Spades. I mean, check that out. Isn't that beautiful? Now, this is the cross-cut force, and this is beautiful, and it's not really the original way that Max Holden did it. The way this used to be done is that you'd put the cards on the table, someone would cut the cards, and you would come over and you would say, let me just mark that cut. And you would have to get involved with the cut, and then you would lift up here like this, and you would take out the force card from the position that they'd cut. That's the basic idea of the cross-cut force. You might be following along right now if you don't know this already. The idea really is it's just the top card of the deck. So in this case, if they cut the cards like this, you reach over and say, I'll just mark the cut. You talk, this is time misdirection, and And then at some point when you lift up and say, let's have a look at the card you cut to, this is the ace. Now, that's the basic way that it was done. I started playing with this many, many years ago. I started trying to figure out ways that I could get someone to do the entire operation themselves, where I didn't have to come over and mark the cut, and we didn't have to have it on the table first or any of that stuff. So the way in which I do this, and the way in which I prefer, is I prefer having it on the bottom, not the top, but the bottom. So this means I could shuffle that ace to the bottom if I want. And there are ways that you're going to see used here in the Unreal Card Magic project, where I'm going to use this force very deceptively for people, where they actually get to shuffle the cards first, apparently. But in this position, what you can do is get someone to do it themselves. So what I say to them is cut half of the cards down, and then this is the key phrase, put the other half on top at a weird angle. And the moment they do that, they just do that. Now that phrase I first put in a publication of mine called F for Fiction, I believe. I'm 99% sure. No, it wasn't. It was Red Herring. There we go. But the point is this. By saying at a weird angle, it just makes them do this. Okay? Now, as a result of that, it was F for Fiction in something called Four Card Impossible, maybe. Who cares, Ben? Just explain anyway. Now, what happens is when they put it at a weird angle, they just go, well, not straight down, and they just do this. I've never had someone do anything other than that. They just put it at a different angle. And once they do, it will now just be ready to be cut and shown. So let's look at this in full speed. Ready? You give them the cards and you say, cut them down to the table, put the other half on top at a weird angle. And they go, oh, they do that. Now, the goal here is just talking about anything. It doesn't really matter, or it could be set up for something later on. The point is they're going to misremember the orientation of the cards. And as a result, when you come back and lift this off and says, have a look at the card you cut to, you can show that this was the ace of spades. This is such a beautiful trick that if your effect or technique, that when you see it for the first time, it will fool the pants off of you. But once you know it, it will never fool you again. And as a result of it, it means that people that know it, or magicians that know it, they lose faith in its deceptiveness because they now can't be fooled by it. And because they know it so intuitively, as soon as you know it's the bottom card, you almost see through it and think, oh, that's not deceptive at all. That wouldn't fool anyone. Well, let me tell you this. It fools every single person, every single time, and always will. This is stunningly beautiful. The fact that it can be done by an amateur and you could teach it to a layman doesn't mean you should. And one of the things that drives me crazy is when I see magicians teach this to laymen or people because it's so easy. This is why we should protect it. This is why we should only keep it for people that are really motivated to properly learn. Because it's so simple, it's so beautiful, we should protect this. Don't expose this. It's so devastating. The fact that they do this operation themselves and they do this is just killer. You can wait and you can show that they cut to this position. Now, I can show you many different ways and variations of using this. I've even written about this in Inside Out. I had a whole chapter on the crosscut force. I also did a masterclass on it in the family. So there's many ways that this can be utilized and used. But the basic principle, the basic idea of having them cut the cards fully from beginning to end, just really makes it more devastating. You can even have them take the cards under the table and cut half up on top and then just put the other half on top at a weird angle. This also messes with their understanding of the kind of topology of the deck and the order of it, so that when you show, this is here. A thing I wrote about in Inside Out was the fact that once they've cut and put this on top, you can wait and wait, and then you can get them to lift off that top portion. You could say, wait, and get them to stop here as you carry on talking for a second, and you say, now slowly turn your wrist. And as they slowly turn their wrist, it almost feels like this is the moment they cut right now. So you can create almost like a double layered kind of time misdirection, temporal misdirection you can create at this moment. It's just so wonderful. It's a beautifully simple and beautifully profound thing. Now, the other things that I've kind of worked on are ways to actually use this in the hands without the table, which you'll see here in the Unreal Card Magic project, ways to actually have this work out in the real world without the need for a surface. And that's how I love to use it as well. I think it's even better when there's no table. You give them the deck, they do everything, and you can just do that by having them cut onto someone's hands. You can even have someone cut onto your hands. You can get them cut onto your hands like this, put the other half on top at a weird angle, and you just wait like this. And then you can lift this off, and then you can show. There's so many ways that this can be used, but the cross-cut force is a stunningly beautiful move. And once you know it, it will never fool you again. And as a result, you know, I've tried to kind of bring its popularity back amongst magicians over the last probably 10 years, because to me, it was always a move that I never saw high-level magicians use, because they knew that all other magicians knew it. It was only ever used by rank amateurs, and that was only because it was the only one they could do. I just remember thinking to myself, yeah, but it's psychologically so beautiful that it should just be the thing I use. It should just be, I can't beat it in terms of deceptiveness. You put the deck in their hands and it's done. Now, what happened was I then spent many years trying to figure out ways to improve it, ways to kind of extend it so that you could make it even more deceptive, some of which we've got here in the Unreal Card Magic project, where you can literally have it done without a table. They can really shuffle. They do every part themselves. And so I think that the more I've thought about this particular move, the more kind of beautiful the idea really is. I mean, the original idea has to go to Max Holden, even though it was very different. It's still effectively still the same as well. This idea of him doing this and using this moment as time misdirection so they misremember where the card was. I mean, that is such a fundamentally beautiful and elegant solution to doing something which will seem utterly impossible. The cross-cut force is a stunning force. And do not underestimate it on the basis of its simplicity. And do not teach it to laymen. Protect it, because it will fool everyone all the time. Protect it, protect it, protect it. The cross-cut force. I'm only trying to teach the best things in this Unreal Card Magic project. I really wanted to kind of put the best things in there, and the cross-cut force had to be in there because it's that good. Yes, I don't know what else to say about it. I could just sit here and just like marvel at it all day because it's so lovely. Maybe I'm overly impressed by simple things, but I don't think so. I think it's goddamn lovely. Anyway, that's the cross-cut force. You'll see it used here in the family. Oh, you're going to blow some minds. So well done. You have just cracked through 19 techniques with some cheeky bonuses thrown in. Now, I know it's going to seem daunting. There's a lot of stuff to practice. There's a lot of things to learn. But I've been doing this for more than 2 decades, and you could have wasted your time learning thousands of things that were just taking you in the wrong direction. That list is highly curated. It's really given you everything you need to blow people's minds. Now, learning those techniques, those are all the things underneath the surface. Those are the things that nobody sees. Now, you get to apply them to things that people see. You get to actually go out, use them in effects, and blow people's minds. And that's exactly what you've got to do now. So don't put those cards down. Go and check out the effects and learn how to truly mess with people's heads.